Hey, hey, did we have ourselves a fun and prosperous Independence Day? Did we? I won't judge you if you did, you know. You don't have to like America to enjoy having an excuse to barbecue and spend time with friends. I didn't do much. Not without you, Vosh. Aw. I did miniature painting. I've got a. Can you see it? See that? That. Which I'm semi satisfied with my results. How's everyone doing? Oh, good enough, I hope. I actually feel a bit queasy. I ate a ton of food the other day, and after a couple of months of dieting, stuff like that really sets you off for the rest of the day. Really feels like you're just setting yourself up for failure, you know what I mean? If you eat like shit every single day, you get used to eating like shit. It's like a resistance that you build up, you know? But if you eat really, really healthy, like vegans, okay? Vegans, healthy lifestyle, I mean if you do it right. But you give a vegan like a sloppy Joe, their entire body shuts down. Their whole body just right through, like you're flushing a toilet, you know. It's really the higher you get to the sun, the more what's the term, rickety the precipice. So on Friday we have a debate with one of these off-brand Jimmy Dore Assad defender types, so that'll be fun. And I don't have 100% confirmation. I have 99.9% confirmation. But we're going to be going to Tim Pool's studio again soon, within about a month, and there will be another guest there. And assuming the 99.9% confirmation goes through, it'll be by far the biggest guest I've ever had the opportunity to talk to, like exponentially larger than anything previously. I mean, truly some high tier shit. But I want the confirmation before I can actually say, because I don't want to, if things change, then I don't want to let people down. It's got to be Noam Chomsky, okay? It's gonna, there's a wheel him out, to the table right next to Tim Pool, get us to debate. True, yeah, Donald Trump, true, at long last. Yeah, Steven Crowder hasn't tweeted in 4 days because he's getting ready. He's preparing for my debate with him. More details pending, of course. Um, God. Oh my God, I've been so lazy today. Oh, and we're about to talk to an MRA, so that'll be fun. Do a react video on the conservative twins. They're huge. I don't know what conservative twins. Is it the two black guys? I remember checking a video of theirs out a while ago, but I never actually went through with it. Hodge twins, but the Hodge twins. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. It, does anyone else feel like it feels like every conservative commentator has like a gimmick or something like that. You know what I mean? Maybe maybe that's what the online left really needs, okay? We all need to act like we're JoJo villains. We all have like some like very distinct shtick that we adhere to, you know? I hate the twin gimmick. I hate the twin gimmick in all forms of media, by the way. In everything, I hate the twin gimmick. I don't like the cutesy twins in sitcoms gimmick. I don't like the finishing each other's sentences gimmick. I don't even like the twin succubi with different levels of experience at sucking dicks, so they like argue with each other while you're getting milked to death. Okay, I don't like any of these gimmicks. All right, it's just not the twin thing. It just doesn't. It's just not for me. Okay. Chomsky is not avoiding me because of the optics, okay? I sent one email like a year ago. If you guys really want, I'll send another email, okay? Jesus, we can talk to Chomsky. Maybe, if I get a response. I don't really know how to word professional emails. I usually just like take a selfie with like a Insta, like with the Snapchat like a caption underneath it, like "Ayo, wanna come on?" And I email that, you know. Actually way more effort and less effective than just typing a professional heading, but, not gonna lie, most Chomsky conversations are exactly the same anyway. Well, yeah, because all of Chomsky's opinions have stayed the same for decades, and they're all publicly available, so people will ask That's the thing, like, am I if I have, like, one convo with Chomsky, okay, Is it like, am I just gonna ask him the same shit that everyone else has asked him? Like, what am I gonna talk with him about, you know? I know what his answers are gonna be on almost everything, because he's right about almost everything, and I'm right about almost everything, so where's the, the overlap? I gotta ask him for his hottest takes or something, you know? Um, yeah. Ask him if he bought Dogecoin, true. Talk to him about current events, but I know what his general, yeah. We just gotta talk pop culture, okay? I gotta ask him if he's been getting in on the gacha game craze. Gotta ask him if he's played any Genshin Impact, you know? If he's into K-pop, you know, the BTS stuff. So many directions that we can take it, you know? Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, we need to ask if if he's played Raid Shadow Legends. Oh yeah, Warhammer. Hold on. Look, it's a work in progress. This is the first time I've painted a miniature in a while. Here, hold on. Come on. Obviously, it's not done. I mean, there's a ton of detailing that still needs to be done, but I've only actually started to block in the mechanisms on this side of one of the legs, but yeah. Your red is really smooth. Yeah, I was good with the base coat. I feel like I was a bit lazy with like the bone color on the legs, but yeah. Whole goddamn work in progress. Thin your paints. Very true. Are you using acrylic? I just use those overpriced Citadel colors that you can get at any Games Workshop store. I love giving Games Workshop hundreds of dollars over shit that should cost a third as much as what they charge for it. That's my fucking fetish, okay? Anyway, we're talking to an MRA dude. Let me see. Oh yeah, shout out to the second channel, by the way. Hit 31,000 subs today. Really doing good over there. Remember, the purpose of the second channel is to put out content that I don't think has like meets necessarily like the standard of the main channel, but is otherwise like cool shit. A lot of stuff that used to go in the main channel will be going there now. Discord AMAs, maybe even stuff we talk about today. It's all worthwhile. You should check it out. Is the MRA known or just a rando? Hold on. AC activated. What is MRA? Men's Rights Advocate. Hold on. Hello?
Hey, can you see me?
I can hear you. Which is, half the battle.
Yeah. I'm getting a lag too. Should I turn off YouTube as well?
Well, you probably shouldn't be listening to me from my stream, yeah. Oh, wait. Your camera
is... By the way, I don't know if you saw...
Uh-huh.
Camera should be turning on now. I sent you that PM. Can you see me?
I can see you. However, I don't know if your bandwidth is going to handle... Well, let's see, okay? We'll give it a shot, okay? Hold on. We'll try. We'll try our best.
I don't know if you saw in the PM to you, I was complaining about my chair, and I switched it out. That's the chair in question, which I know looks very comfortable, but looks can be deceiving. It's horrible.
Yeah, I need to get a new chair myself.
I got a cheap plastic chair from outside, and it's so much better.
Wait, hold on. I'm framing. If only I was a professional.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, your second channel is at 300 grand. I'm at 800 total, so you're doing something I'm not doing.
Yeah, I missed the early days. There was so much more room to climb. All right. Howdy. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. All right. So hit me up. You sent me an email a few days ago. I heard there was a little bit of fallout because you were on the Majority Report. You called in to speak with Sam Cedar and company. Apparently, there was some kerfuffle after that. And I actually looked at the comment section, and it seems like some of the people in the Majority Report's comment section thought ill of their treatment of you. So, now I haven't actually seen that conversation myself, the one with you and Sam Cedar, but, I mean, if it was enough to rile up their comment section, then it seems like you might have gotten a bad reception there, at least from the hosts, right?
No, I was disappointed. I felt we all could have done better. and that's kind of why I emailed you. You and I might have some very strong disagreements, but I've always respected the fact that when you have a guest on, you listen. You don't play the interrupting game and cutting people off. I really enjoyed your debate with Warren Farrell a while back. The fact that
that was a good one.
Because you were both making an effort to listen to what the other person was trying to say, and then understanding it, and then responding. I always say if you interrupt somebody, your comeback or your response is meaningless, because how can you understand the person's argument if you didn't even hear the whole thing? So,
Yeah, well, I've always considered myself particularly amicable to MRA arguments because, as everyone knows, I hate women. So that's always been my leverage in these conversations, I sorry. No, I try my best to do that. Also, I think one of the broader issues that like modern day progressives have is that their intersectional analysis leaves out people from majority power groups. So that's always something that's frustrated me a little bit. Ideally, a good feminist should be a men's rights advocate, right?
I would say ideally, yes. Well, no, I would say ideally, in a perfect world, there wouldn't be any need for any rights activists because we would be equal.
No.
And in a perfect world, you would just need an egalitarian. But unfortunately, humans are stupid, and we, do our best to make lives hard for ourselves and divide ourselves and argue. And so here we are.
All right. So here we are. All right. So what did you want to talk about, my friend?
Well, I guess in my email, I just said, let's talk about the men's rights movement in general, or the concept of toxic masculinity in general.
Mm-hmm.
If there's something specific you'd like to talk about, or if you want to kind of have a general kind of chat about that, would you agree with, by the way, first of all, I just before we start, 100% what you're saying about diet, when you get healthy, you can't eat crap anymore. And though we might disagree because I'm very big on the paleo diet, and I know you're probably maybe the other way around, but I found that when I cut out...
Is that the Jordan Peterson thing, or is that a different...
I don't think so.
Okay.
Gotcha. Maybe he does, I'm not sure. But I found that when I cut out soda, candy, McDonald's, that kind of junk, my cravings would change. Like, I wouldn't want that stuff anymore. And if I pick up a soda now, it's disgusting. It's like, how did I drink this stuff?
I could never drink soda. I mean, the only dieting I do is that I calorie count and I just keep it below a limit, and that's good enough for losing weight for the most part. But apart from that, like what I actually eat can come from anything. Some days I go Joker mode, on like a pack of gummy worms, and those are my calories for the day, and I just get to suffer for the rest of the day, and that's life, That's just part of the process.
Nothing but gummy worms.
I'm sorry.
Like nothing but gummy worms the whole day.
I mean, if you get if you get a big enough bag of gummy worms, then yeah, that's that. It's all over.
Big bang.
So anyway,
let's get serious.
Yeah, with the men's rights, I don't know if we will be. With the men's rights movement, so I think okay. Earlier, I said I didn't see your convo with Sam Cedar. I lied. I saw the first 2 minutes. I loaded it up while the stream was starting, and I mean, one of the big problems with like this discussion and introing into this discussion is that I think the men's rights community, like the actual group of people online who rep those interests, is terrible. Like really, really terrible. And I think that sets a lot of people against the broader, maybe more defensible prescriptions that the group makes. Like, I mean, I've been around on the whole feminist versus MRA discourse on the internet for a while, and I've been around for long enough to know that, like, the MRA communities online are pretty misogynistic for the most part. It seems like there are a lot of angry guys in there who've got a lot of, like, very large, very heavy chips in their shoulder. I don't know if that invalidates all their arguments, but I think I understand why, like, Sam Cedar and company might have been a little bit defensive to begin with.
Say that depends on where you're looking and how you define MRAs. Like a lot of people, they lump in like incel groups and MGTOW groups into the whole manosphere. I wouldn't. That said, there are definitely some toxic men's rights sites that I do think give us a bad name. I find I have a Discord, and I think we're a very good community. I think the Reddit does a pretty decent subreddit does a pretty decent job of policing itself. And sometimes you do get, these young, angry, confused guys come in and make a misogynistic rants, and the admins will let that post stay. And a lot of people criticize that and say, well, Why wouldn't you remove that? And I think it's better when someone comes in with these angry, misguided feelings, instead of just to ban that person and send them away, to stay there and talk. Because if you just ban them and delete the comment or delete the post, that person is going to go somewhere else and think exactly the same thing. So the Reddit does a pretty good job of engaging conversation and kind of putting people in a more positive mindset. But yeah, certainly there are some more extreme people in the manosphere.
Yeah, because you have to excise a lot of people for the community to be defensible, right? Because like the whole red pill, like pickup artist, incel stuff, that all has to be left in the cutting room floor if we're going to talk about, I think, like defensible attitudes. I guess.
No, yeah, I don't identify with any of that. And actually, a lot of people kind of have a misunderstanding. The red pill movement doesn't like MRAs.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they think we're simps.
Well, yeah, they think you're like cucks, right? Or that you're like capitulating in a sense. There's a lot of infighting there, I think. It's just the feeling that I always got from men's rights discussion online is that like it was always like this but actually feeling, you know? If you take a look at like a feminist subreddit or feminist community or anything, it's usually like a discussion of feminist issues. But then if you look at like a lot of the men's rights subreddits, it feels like a ton of them are like, well, what about us? Or like, well, like, men can't do that either. Well, there's nothing wrong necessarily with pointing out double standards. It just feels very adversarial. When I look on feminist subreddits, I am very rarely reminded of, like, men's rights advocates, because they're usually talking about their own stuff. But when I go on MRA subreddits, it feels like they're always talking about the failings or the double standards of feminism, you know? Almost like, it feels like very reactive in that sense. Like, they want to complain about the existing movement rather than add additional analysis to the discourse.
I have a lot, if you don't mind, in response to that. It's kind of a multi-layered answer.
Go for it. Yeah.
First of all, I always say that I agree with the principle of feminism in theory, on paper. And there are many feminists that I talk to that I find that when we go issue by issue, we're 95% in agreement. What I find is that MRAs feel that we're attacked, or that the rights of men are attacked by specific, usually more politically natured feminist organizations, you know, lobbyists, political groups, and specific individuals and figures, not the concept of feminism as a whole. I'll try and simplify what I'm going to say here, because I've done a whole video series on that exact question, that exact point, the whole whataboutism, what about the men, and reactionary. Well, look, I mean, for example, if you have a law on domestic violence, and it's written in a gendered way, or you have like a gap in a social program where men and boys are being excluded, then yeah, we might say, hey, what about the men? Because in a way, feminism has been saying, hey, well, what about the women, such as going to college, such as voting? And I think that's a valid question. I mean, I think pointing out a double standard, like you say, hey, what about X, Y, and Z? Sometimes X, Y, and Z might have a valid case. Well, yeah, kind of, what about us? So, you know, it depends kind of how it's framed. You know, I agree that if you have a post about women talking about their experiences, let's say being catcalled or being sexually assaulted, you know, on a female-orientated subreddit, then no, it's not appropriate for a man to just jump in there and say, oh, but this happens to men too, because he really wasn't part of the conversation. But if you're going to talk about like national legislation or a bill or a law being proposed, some kind of government program or some kind of welfare program, I think someone has a valid case to point out, well, hey, what about me? I'm a taxpayer, I'm a citizen, I'm a human being. If we feel that we're not getting equal access to this for whatever reason, then we point it out. As for reacting to feminism, I think that's the first thing I said. You know, do we react when we're attacked? Yes. I don't think that's unfair to do. I mean, a lot of feminists will say there shouldn't even be a men's rights movement in the first place, because feminism is enough to address men's issues.
I agree with that. I'll own up to that position, yeah.
It's like, you know, if feminists are going to say they're enough to talk about men's rights, okay, what are you doing about unequal pension ages? What are you doing about conscription? What are you doing about circumcision? And then we hear, oh, well, you know, feminism is a women's movement. Fair enough. Then let us have ours.
Well, it seems like a lot of this stuff gets roped out into the broader, like, progressive advocacy, because all of the feminists that I know and talk with are in favor of removing conscription for everyone who do fight against like circumcision and all that it entails. Usually a lot of the like really negative stuff that affect men, it's perpetuated by conservatives. The family court disparity, that was originally because people assumed women were naturally better caretakers. The idea that men like aren't as good at raising children likewise. A lot of these imbalances were from a form of sort of benevolent sexism. The idea that women were too weak or stupid to participate in society in the same ways that men could. So a lot of these things ended up biasing against men. Which, and I think, like, fundamentally, then, if you solve the problem from the feminist angle, you solve it from the men's angle as well, you know? Like, I want to do something. It's not, I'm not saying you have to account for this or that you necessarily agree with it, but I opened up the subreddit, the men's rights subreddit, and there was a post pretty close to the top of the past month. And can I read it out loud? Because this is the attitude that I mean that gives me some pause, you know?
Let me open it up myself if you don't mind, so I
Oh,
can
here,
look at what you're looking
I'll
at.
link it to you. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. So I'm not saying you have to like defend this or anything, but like this is an attitude that I see really often. So from my perspective, any person fighting for men's rights has to do so from a left wing perspective. You can't do this from a right wing perspective. So the post says, I hate what feminism has done to this country. I hate being called misogynistic because I don't conform to the notion of a rape culture. I hate it when men are always seen as aggressors in encounters between men and women. I hate it when it's assumed that when I'm being nice to a girl, it's just because I want her body. I hate it when women can claim all this crap about male privilege when they have much more actual privileges than men. It goes on for a bit like that, but these attitudes, like to me, this doesn't feel constructive, and I see this a lot. It feels reactionary. Like it's not a desire like on the face of things to promote the interests of men. It's like a distaste for the effects that feminism have had on society. Because overall, like the influence of feminists have been a net benefit for men, haven't they? A ton of the stuff that we enjoy today has been with regards to the gender disparity. It's a product of social advances that have been made, particularly in the past half century.
I think I'd have to argue against that somewhat. It really depends on the scope you're going back, how far back in history are you going. You talk about what feminists did in the 60s and 70s and the advances they made, that may be true. But if I'm going to be debating politics today, I'm going to be talking about the words and actions of feminist groups today. And in regards to this Reddit post, I
Like,
see what you mean. I mean,
just out of curiosity, like, what do feminists do to hurt men? You know?
okay, I'll just list off some random examples. Do you mind if I cite international examples, or can I just stick to the U.S., or it's up to you?
I'm more comfortable with U.S. stuff, but if you want to use international examples, you can.
Okay. I'll start with this was 2011, I think. This is my state, now National Organization for Women. We're protesting against an alimony reform bill. Now, Florida has something called permanent alimony, where it's possible for someone to get divorced and then be given lifelong alimony payments. Mm-hmm. So even after they retire, it's taken from their Social Security or their Medicaid for life until the day that they die. And one of the men I did in the opposition, sorry, in the defense of the bill, was a 72-year-old man with dementia.
This was in Florida?
In Florida. I'll dig it up and send it to you because I know I have it somewhere. I think I've done a video on it too, as a matter of fact. A 72-year-old man with dementia, with Alzheimer's, and he wasn't able to get adequate care because he was still paying alimony to a wife that he divorced decades ago. And the National Organization for Women stepped up and protested against this reform, against this proposed reform, saying, well, this will leave divorced women, without the means to care for themselves. But the bill wasn't against alimony. The bill was just saying, listen, there should be some discretion available, and there should be limits to alimony. And the idea of lifelong alimony for someone with Alzheimer's, really is a pretty terrible thing to impose on someone. And the bill was going to pass, the reform was going to pass, but then now picked up a big storm over it, and it didn't pass. And in fact, permanent alimony is still the law in Florida today. And by the way, I would criticize Trump for a similar thing. He did an alimony reform law back in 2018 that was horrible for men. So I'll criticize someone from the left or the right for what they do.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I'd have to see documentation on that to see if there was some like extraneous or like overriding reason why they did that. But is not the existence of alimony today largely a product of an imbalance in the economic opportunities for men and women? I mean, like, because technically, like, you can get alimony if you're a divorced husband, right? It usually just goes to the person who had less economic means to begin with. It's
oh,
really only because feminists have been fighting for women's right to work at all that there's even a possibility for alimony to go towards men. Ideally, if there was no wage gap, then it would be pretty much a par thing, right?
I, in fact, do know women who have been screwed over by alimony and divorce courts. It is mostly happening to men, but it does happen to women too.
Well,
Absolutely.
men tend to have more money,
Um,
right?
I would say statistically that's accurate. Younger men today in the United States earn less, less likely to be employed, less likely to go to college, less likely to own a home. A startling fact: young single women are twice as likely to buy their own home as single men.
Oh
To
wait,
me,
hold on.
buying
Can I add something to a previous thing that I said really quick? I'm reading over it, and it looks like one of the reasons why the National Organization for Women protested against that state bill was because it said that children with divorced parents should spend equal time between the two parents. So, like, I think one of the arguments against it was like, if you had an abusive father and like
I
a
think
kind mother,
I,
that the kid would be forced to split their
well,
time.
I don't think it was forced 50-50. I think it was that the default position would be 50-50, but a judge would still have discretion if you had an abusive parent, for example, to not allow the child to stay with that abusive parent.
True, but
It
it
was just
seems like it would give like a legal preference to the idea that equal time should be met. I just apparently that was controversial in its time. I don't know the specifics of how that be implemented, but I can understand how that would like provoke a lot of controversy, you know?
I do think it was that the default position beginning should be the assumption of 50-50, and then you could have aggregating factors. Oh, well, he's abusive, she's abusive, whatever it is. A point MRAs make is that if you children to the mother by default, what if the mother is abusive?
Well,
So that's why I think starting with a 50-50 is the better way to go.
it wasn't just starting with it. The one of the advocates for the bill, Heather Quick, was saying that the bill called for a 50-50 timeshare split. So it wasn't just like that's the default. It's like there's a legal bias towards the assumption that it should be 50-50, and I assume that there'd be different levels of like extenuating evidence that you'd provide to lean it one way or another, you know?
I mean,
Again,
that's
like
a
I'm
question
not
of
trying to. I'm only
language.
saying that like I don't think this was just like the NOW tackling this bill because they want like women to get alimony forever. You know, there might have been other reasons why they jumped on top of this.
I mean, the language when she says calls for, I mean, that's just her wording. That doesn't necessarily mean that she's saying this should be absolutely mandated under every single case. So,
No, but it would be. I assume there'd be like a legal deference towards that as a presumption, right? I mean, I can dig up like the text of the proposed bill, but I don't know how insular we want to get on this. I'm only saying that I think there may have been other reasons why they threw their support behind that idea, you know? And again, like ideally, we'll all be making about the same amount of money, right? So even if alimony courts kind of fucked, it would hurt, you know, men and women kind of equally in an ideal world, right?
in an ideal world, there wouldn't be alimony at all. It wouldn't be a divorce.
Well, okay, sure, but people are always going to get divorced, right? So, I mean,
I was teasing on that one, but
okay,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. But
No, I
as
mean,
long as that
yeah,
exists, alimony is like a good idea. It's just, you know, deciding how it should be implemented.
I think alimony is a good idea to a limited degree. And I would say that for both genders. I mean, I would say that if a woman starts a company and earns $1 billion and she marries a man, why does he get half her money just because he divorces her? Now, I understand the argument if he stopped his career or if she stopped her career to take care of the kids, I of course understand that. But as a default setting, you know, the Canadian common law, I hate to leave the US, but Canadian common law, I've heard some insane cases of someone moving in someone's apartment for a year and then they break up, not even married. And under Canadian common law, all of a sudden he's paying alimony for 4 years.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not saying that the alimony rules as they exist now are ideal. I think that. I
I
mean,
know, I didn't think you were.
I think like radically, you know, I think that like child rearing should be paid work. That's one of the big arguments behind alimony is that like a woman could get a career, but instead they stay at home and like take care of kids. And I think that should be compensated work. It's literally the most valuable societal role that exists, like raising children.
That's valid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, there are some cases where I would say alimony is appropriate.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm not principally against this, but the point I'm trying to make broadly, or I guess we're getting kind of in the weeds here, is that like I feel like a lot of the broader prescriptive statements that like feminists make should be the same ones that MRAs would advocate for, right? Like a feminist could say something like, you know, we need to end like rape culture or something, and that would be good. I mean, I feel like that's something we should all kind of get behind, or like we should reduce toxic masculinity. That'd probably be as good for men as it would be for women, right?
Well, on paper, perhaps, but this is where I would start maybe disagreeing with the definitions or the prevalence of rape culture and toxic masculinity.
Which one do you want to hit first?
Let's start with rape culture. And let me start by saying, obviously, my phrase would be, let's stop rape. Let's stop sexual assault. But I think the way that feminists define rape culture almost makes it worse. And I'll tell you why. The idea of a rape culture, I think, in the US doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you consider that rape is one of the most despised crimes. Sex offenders in prison are the very, very lowest of the low. Even convicts and murderers hate rapists. It is illegal virtually everywhere. It's punished severely virtually everywhere. Now, I do understand there are absolutely problems when it comes to prosecuting rape cases and how it's very difficult to get a prosecution in court. And there are definitely problematic attitudes towards rape that exist. But to say there's a particular and specific rape culture per se, I'm not totally sure I agree with that. I also don't like the idea of these consent classes in university, and I'll tell you why. Obviously, it's not because consent is important, but the only person that's going to commit rape, in my opinion, or the vast majority of people who are going to commit rape, are sociopaths and narcissists and people who don't care about right and wrong. They know what they're doing is wrong because they take steps to hide it. So taking a class on consent is mostly worthless because the people that won't do it anyway. The people that will do it are now learning how to better get away with it.
So this is what you're doing right now, I would actually argue, is a kind of rape culture. Because the problem, so the assertion made behind people who argue for the existence of rape culture isn't that like people are pro-rape. It's that people don't understand what rape is, and they will play defense for people who engage in that behavior without knowing they're doing so. So rape culture isn't people like raping and then going up to their bros and being like, yeah, I did a rape, and the bros are like, that's sick, brah, nice one, hat in the bag, you know? It's more like, oh yeah, dude, that chick was drunk as fuck and I finger banged her like out behind the dumpster and then she passed out, and the bros like don't even know that that's sexual assault or rape, you know? And stuff like this, right? Like the vast majority of rape and sexual assault aren't like people maliciously exploiting those around them. A lot of it is like people with an incredibly bad understanding of consent and communication who casually exploit the people around them without like really understanding what they're doing. A ton of rapists don't think what they've done is rape, right? I mean, we see this all the time in these like big, like high profile cases with, what was his name? Brock Turner? What was that like college frat boy?
I don't believe that.
Well, wait, with like,
I think those people, he knew what he was doing was wrong. He just, I think the whole, oh, she was drunk behind the alleyway and I finger banged her and then she passed out. They know it's wrong.
I don't think so. No, but like anytime you get a high profile like celebrity rape or sexual assault thing, people come out of the woodwork and defend them like crazy. And you see these people on social media and they'll be like, dude, it wasn't rape. Like she was passed out when he fucked her, but like that's not rape. She didn't say no. Like these are opinions that like millions of people in this country unironically have. They don't understand the boundaries of predation, so they end up defending behavior that is rape, and that's the culture I'm talking about. Because while it may be true that people who are convicted of rape are very like lowly held in prison, it's also true that celebrities and like prominent rape cases like get elevated all the time, and tons of people defend the people who obviously did the rape, you know?
No,
That's
that I agree
really
100%.
Weird. It's really
that
weird
I
stuff.
100% I agree with that. I think the whole celebrity worship is absolute nonsense, and seeing people defend their celebrities. I know part of it is you don't want your childhood hero or one of your big stars and you idol. You want to rationalize that somehow. So I do agree with you on that. But I honestly I have to doubt
Like with Trump too.
who
I mean, it happened
who
with our
honestly
president, you know? He
who
has a
honestly
ton of
doesn't
sexual
know
assault
that.
allegations against him.
Well, I do acknowledge that. Who honestly doesn't know that it's wrong to have sex with someone when they're unconscious and drunk?
A ton of people,
Deep, deep, deep,
unironically.
deep
A lot of people
down,
don't know that. A lot of people don't know about affirmative consent, where it's not just that like you stop when you hear no, it's that you only start when you hear yes. A lot of people don't know that consent can be revoked mid-sex. A lot of people do super like coercive stuff to like get a yes that isn't really provided like willingly or affirmatively or anything like that.
exactly. Narcissists, bad people.
Well, no, just I mean people. Like we can talk about the numbers if we want, but the fact that rape happens so often and to so many people in this country means that this isn't like an infrequent thing. This is a thing that people really do like uh I don't want to sympathize with them, but like people struggle with understanding consensual boundaries. And I think a lot of it
You said
is
you used
sort
the
of a
word coerced.
callousness, you know?
You used the word coerced, right?
Yeah, people don't
That
always
means
know
that
they're being coercive though, right? I mean, sometimes like pressuring over and over and over again or like implicit threats. Have you
oh
seen
no,
like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia because of the implication?
not not.
Like sometimes like, you'll be hanging out and girls will put out because they're afraid that they might be a victim of violence if they don't because the guy, whether they know it or not, is putting on a ton of like really threatening vibes. Like they're the one who drove the girl there, so the girl has no way of getting away without having to wait for an Uber or a Lyft or something. And the guys are all like being sort of like physically like looming over her. And sometimes they'll say yes, but in that moment, they're panicking and it's just like a survival thing, you know? There's a lot of stuff that people don't know how to navigate that well, you know?
I agree. I mean, for me, it's difficult to put myself in that position. My kind of personal rule is I let her make the first move. Always.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Um,
yeah. It's
I
I'm
can't.
not
It's.
impugning you. I'm only
I'm.
saying it's a thing that happens. I mean, what's the
I,
stat? Like
no. I
1 in 4, one in
don't dis-
five women in this country have been a victim of um of sexual assault or rape or something like that. I mean, these numbers suggest a strong underlying problem.
those numbers are accurate. I'm not saying rape's not a common crime, but 1 in 4 does sound a little high to me.
Well, based on the women I know and the experiences I've had with the people who I know, it'd be higher than 1 in 4. Every single girl that I knew in high school and college had some story of sexual assault or rape, you know? It happens all the time. I mean,
I don't deny
not to like
that. I don't
literally
deny.
everyone, but
Why do we say specifically we have a rape culture, but not say a homicide culture or a theft culture? Why do we only have this one paradigm for that one particular crime?
because, well, first of all, because people don't play defense for theft or murder the same way that people play defense for like rape. For rape, it's like insidious. It's not people going like, I'm pro rape, you know? It's people going like, well, that wasn't actually rape, and then you get into an incredibly granular argument about like the nature of consent. Murder is murder. I mean, if a person dies, they die, right? That's a pretty empirical thing to measure. But like rape and consent get into these really like rocky territories and people get like coerced into not telling their side of the story and sometimes people aren't comfortable opening up and it gets really really messy, right? I mean, it's not just it's a culture because these things happen. It's a culture because there's this really weird undercurrent in our society of people who are, while not pro rape, willing to say and believe things that make it easier to rape, often without even knowing.
Let me give you a situation
Mhm,
because you mentioned how murder is murder.
mhm,
You have a situation, two 16-year-old gangbangers,
mhm,
right? A blood in the crib, armed. They both go out at nights, at midnights, walking around looking for a fight, looking for each other, basically. They don't hurt civilians, they don't hurt innocent people, but they see each other. They both see each other. They're both out prowling for each other. They take out their guns and they start shooting. One of them gets killed.
mhm.
That obviously that's a murder. Is that the same murderer as someone who kills an innocent person?
I mean, by legal definition, it would be murder one in either case, I suppose. If you're
Morally,
like
morally.
morally, you could make the argument that in some like weird gangland style, the other person that he killed was like a combatant rather than a civilian. But I don't know if that's like a real. I don't know if that would actually like change my mind. That would just be what a person could say potentially, you know. Maybe
I'm not saying I'm
I
not.
guess if I had to choose, I would rather like gangsters kill each other than like people completely uninvolved, you know. I guess because
There's a kind of mutual combat there that I'm not saying it's a good thing to do, but in my mind that makes it less bad. Like
uh,
that's not necessarily an evil person.
maybe, but well, I mean, it's pretty bad. It's still like we're talking very granular like degrees, like very 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 small differences in my perception of the thing. I still think it's quite bad either way. You know?
Of course, of course, of course.
But what does this have to do with rape?
When you said that there's no culture of murder culture because we see murder as murder and no one will defend a murder, I think you see people on YouTube say all the time if it's an interview of someone in lockup, someone in jail, and they killed someone when they were 15 or 16, and they got heated or they got drunk or they were hanging out with their friends. People saying, you know what? Yeah, he did commit a murder, but is it really a first degree murder? Should he really be locked up for life? He was young, he was stupid, he was
Well,
drunk. The other person hit him first, but whatever.
these discussions take place, but I'll put it this way, okay? If I went into a high school and I took all the men aside and put them in a separate class and I started asking basic questions about like murder and death, I think 99% of them are going to get the right answers. If I ask basic questions about like consent and what sexual assault is and where the lines are, I think maybe like I'd be lucky to get like 50% of them. There are
Oh
a
no, I
lot of people who don't know this stuff.
don't agree with that. I don't agree with 50%.
Well, I mean, it could be 55. I don't know. It's much. The fact of the matter is that there isn't this pervasive and society wide at interpersonal and celebrity levels instinct or urge to obfuscate the nature of consent with murder cases the way there is with like sexual assault or rape, you know? People, we don't have like one in every four women getting murdered and people like don't talk about it or acknowledge it or uh, understand what led to it. But by the way, the rape culture that I'm referring to, it doesn't just affect women. Like this is a mutual and ubiquitous thing. Another half of the rape culture is the fact that, I mean, for Christ's sake, in England, it's not even rape unless you're penetrated in some way, which means that you
I tell
can't.
you, India, just to go back to a previous question, in India, it's not illegal to rape a male. Men and boys are not covered under rape law in
Yeah,
India.
that's also
Specifically,
rape culture, though. Like this.
specifically because of feminist protest. In 2013, the government was petitioning making a gender neutral law, and feminists protested against including men because they were concerned that male victims were actually false accusers. So in India, men, you
I would
asked
need a
what,
link to that, but I can't speak to like like Indian feminists. I don't know what like
I did
level of
a I did a
feminists they're on.
I'll send you my video on it, and there's
Well, can you
links
do you
and
have like
all
a
that.
does the video have like an article or a citation in the
Always link. I always link articles. I always link direct quotes, and I always make sure the source is direct. So yes.
yeah, link me the video so I can see. But I can't speak to the specifics of Indian feminism. I'm sure there's a whole lot going on there that I'm not perfectly aware of. Here in the United States, thankfully, we don't have those restrictions. But what I'm describing right now is rape culture. The expectation that like if a man gets hard or comes during sex, that means that it was consensual on his end. That's also a part of rape culture. I just don't know why anyone would fight against this, like being a concept. You know, here's another element of rape culture. You know how like pedo female teachers will like fuck little boys that they teach, and everyone's like,
The
"Oh my,
articles will say the articles won't call it rape. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah," and they're
I
like,
see
"Oh my
those.
god, that guy's so lucky." That's also rape culture. It all fits into the same, you know, like purview, a lack of understanding of consent and a different set of ideas as to what men and women do with regards to sex that leads to both of them getting hurt.
Yeah.
It's not good, you
But
know?
uh, even the fact that we're having this conversation now, people know those articles and those stories are wrong. People recognize it as a problem.
Some people do,
Vast
but a lot of
majority
other
of
people
people.
don't.
I honestly think that you said a lot of people don't understand consent. I think yes, they do. Turner knows what he was doing was wrong. He put on a little wet work show in court, and because he was
So do
trying to
you
save
think the
himself. But
millions of people who defended him online are all like just explicitly and self-awarely pro-rape? Or do you think there's something else, some weird set of internal biases that may have led them to defend a case of rape and call it not rape, you know?
I just think they were fooled. I think they believed his lies. They were just gullible, and they were just fooled, and they just believed his lies.
But his statements still described rape, but they still supported him. So they must not have known what rape is, you know? Like they must have thought, they must have had a different understanding of what consent was than 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 I guess what the commonly accepted definition for us are.
I would have to read those millions of people's opinions to really understand what they were saying.
I mean, we can wait. All we have to do is wait another 4 or 5 months for another big celebrity to get caught, like on a rape case or something, and we can see the reactions there too. I mean, it's going to keep happening. It's usually conservatives who jump up in defense of these people, right? They'll say like, like feminists have made everyone like afraid of false rape allegations, and like, um, everyone has to walk on eggshells when talking to women these days because they're so like looking for an HR complaint all the time. Stuff like that. It's like time is a flat circle. It feels like it's always going in circles.
I'll be honest. I mean, even me, false accusations are in the back of my mind. I mean, it does happen. The reason why men are concerned, and I know that, I know you're going to cite the data that it only happens 2% of the time or 8% of the time. And I might cite a study that says false accusations are 40% of accusations. Here's the thing.
I would not believe any study that said that 40% were
Here's
false
the thing. I think it's very difficult or really impossible to get an exact number. Is it 2%? Is it 40%? Is it 10%? Is it 19%? Who knows?
I think it's about
it happens.
That's
it happens commonly enough. It happens commonly enough that men are conscious of it, and men are concerned.
The sociological evidence I've seen leans in the 2 to 4% range for false rape allegations, but that's the same amount, more or less, as false allegations of other crimes. False allegations of assault, of murder, of theft, those are also in about that ballpark.
You can't really have a false allegation of murder because you can't fake a dead body.
No, but you can say like it's the wrong person who did it, and that is a component of false rape allegations. Too, it's well, maybe I was raped, but like they misidentify who the person who did it was.
That's one of the reasons why I think it's so difficult to nail down an exact percentage of false accusations. Is, as you said before, a lot of people may not understand consent. And you may have someone accused of rape or accusing someone of rape, and they were on 2 different pages of consent. So morally speaking, is someone guilty in that situation, or was someone ignorant in that situation?
Well, if a person's ignorant of consent and then through their ignorance rape somebody, I'd say they're definitely guilty, yeah. I mean, I can be ignorant of like a person's like physiological strength, and then I could like kill them with my body, and my ignorance, I still did it with my body, right? Like I still killed them.
Like you said, let's say a man was being intimidating without intending to. And so the woman said yes because she was really just scared.
Mm-hmm.
That man might not know that she said yes because she was scared. He might genuinely take that for genuine consent. Would you say that man is guilty of rape, morally speaking?
Not necessarily. In large part because there are a lot of contextual clues that I would need to like make that determination. By default, I wouldn't say that's a case of rape, no. Mostly because there wasn't an explicit breach that they were involved in, or there wasn't like a denial of the other's wishes that they were explicitly aware of. But stuff like that doesn't lead to false allegations. Like there aren't like people going to court for rape because the girl said that she consented, but the consent was because the guy was like scary or something, that doesn't really happen in the broader case on this,
I've seen Reddit posts on 2X chromosomes asking, was this rape? And basically describing that kind of situation, and the commenters saying, yes, it was, you should report it.
Just really quickly, though, doesn't this conflict with your earlier point? Because earlier you said that when people rape, they know it, but now you're saying that false allegations can be the product of people not knowing the boundaries of the people they're having sex with, Don't those contradict each other?
I would say no, because we were talking about if a man came across as intimidating without realizing it, not if he was intentionally trying to push himself over her or loom over her. If a girl was, let's say, very scared, and she invited him to the apartment because she was afraid of his reaction, what he might do if she said no, And the guy was truly just clueless and just kind of, went along with it. If you're being aggressive or manipulative or coercive, then you know it. But if you're, let's say
People
you've both been
don't,
having,
though. People are often very, like, abusive to their partners without knowing it either. Like, people do stuff all the time without being fully conscious of the impact they're having on other people.
this is exactly why I wouldn't want, this is why I don't feel comfortable with any study trying to give a percent of false accusations and how common it is. I
Well,
think
then
it's
you can't make
impossible to
then you
determine.
can't make any if that's the case, you don't get to make any affirmative claims about false rape accusations being like a social problem. If you can't trust any of the data on it, then you can't make claims on it. You would have to just defer
I
to
would disagree with
intuition.
that.
Well, you
We
can't
know what happens. We just
no,
don't know
you
how
can't
much.
reject the data, but then continue to claim it's a problem after rejecting the data.
I don't reject the data. I say I'm not sure which piece of data is accurate. Someone has the right number, but we don't know who it is. We just know that whether it's 2%, 12%, 25%, 40%,
It's about
50%,
it's
it
about
does
2 to
happen.
4%. It's not we can't I don't want to equivocate the validity of all of these pieces of data. I've seen a decent amount of it. It seems like false rape allegations are in line with other types of false allegations, which means that it's bad. I mean, falsifying a police report is a crime. That's perjury. Um, obviously, like, that's not good. We do have laws against that. But it doesn't seem like it's like unique or specific problem. You know what I mean? It just seems like it's a thing that happens in line with any other type of crime. It's still bad when it happens. Don't get me wrong. It's just there's a lot of fear mongering over it. Like, this happens all the time, and it just doesn't. So it's sad when I see there's a lot of like guys who live in fear of this, but there's just no statistical reason to.
You see, here's the problem though with the 2 to 4% data that you have. Not all false accusations get recorded because not all false accusations go to the police.
But not all regular
Someone might
rapes go
accuse
to the
someone,
police.
someone might accuse someone of rape falsely, and they don't go to the police, but they go on social media and they lose their job, their reputation, their friends. So not all false accusations get recorded.
Well,
Not
but
all
not
rapes get
all.
recorded too. I
Yeah.
agree, 100%. I
Well, yeah,
agree.
but if not all false allegations get reported, but not all regular allegations get reported either, then we have to assume the proportion is roughly equivalent in either case. Especially if, as you imagine, like, a deliberate false rape allegation would probably be disproportionately likely to be presented specifically because the goal of a person lying about a rape allegation would be to get civic attention on the issue. I mean, a false rape accusation doesn't really mean anything unless other people notice it, right? If it's being done maliciously. So I feel like, if anything, there would be a statistical bias in favor of the prominence of false rape allegations because people who are actually raped are way more proportionally likely to stay quiet about it.
Not necessarily. Someone might do it without, especially if someone is making a false accusation, they might specifically not go to the police because they'd be afraid of getting charged.
Well, what's the point of making a false allegation if you don't go to the police, though?
You were embarrassed, maybe you were shamed,
But
maybe you don't want your boyfriend to find out you with this person willingly. I mean, there's a million and one reasons why people can lie about things.
like, so wait, when I'm talking about false rape accusations, I'm talking about in court, not like I can't speak to like out of court. I don't know if there's any data on that. If we're just talking about people like making accusations between friends, I don't know if there'd be any way to get data on that. There might be data out
Exactly.
there, but I don't. Well, then what are we talking about?
You couldn't have data. That's exactly my point. Is you really couldn't have data on it.
Then how do we
And
know it's a problem?
that it happens because we see examples of it almost every day.
Well, if you're on a men's rights forum dedicated to cataloging these incidents, but we're talking about non-legal complaints right now. So what are these what is this you're seeing every day? People on Reddit going, "My bitch ex just told my friend group that I raped her and I didn't." Like, what data are we basing this off of?
I would actually say if you were to scroll down the subreddit every day, you would see a lot of posts of guys with those kinds of stories. I mean, not the bitch
That's
X part, but
not data, though. We can't base our assertions of if that's the case, you can go to like the red pill and like every single day, like, women are sucking alpha dick because they held frame and juggled plates or whatever. Like, you could form any worldview you wanted if you just go off stories on Reddit. There doesn't seem to be any data on this stuff. When we're talking legal, it's like 2 to 4%, but outside of that, like, people lie about each other all the time.
So if people lie, this is why I had a problem with believe all women, because if you acknowledge that men and women are equal, men can be dishonest and lie, and women can be dishonest and lie.
Uh-huh.
And we've been debating these statistics for the last 15, 20 minutes, but it kind of sums up what I said. Look, we don't know what the exact stats are or what stats are correct or not.
But I'm not the one making the affirmative claim.
It happens enough so that young men think about it.
In
the back of their minds.
No, that you can't say this problem exists because people think this problem exists. If that's the case, then like I would have to side with the lynching gangs in the South 150 years ago because every Southern white thought that like black people were running around raping farmers' daughters or whatever. Like you can't feed into paranoia that way. You could justify anything. You could go to a Nazi forum and like, oh yeah, dude, Jews are totally like cackling as they send legions of black men to beat up white couples on the street. I read stories about it every day, like you could justify anything that way. With
I'll tell you,
just with regards to this though, I just like people lie about each other like all the time. We don't have any data on this, but what is the benefit in fostering this sense of paranoia about false rape accusations if the legal data suggests it's not a disproportionate problem and there isn't any data on the non-legal side that I'm aware of, at least?
I'll give you two answers. My first answer is something that I can tell you and I are just not going to agree with. Not all the data suggests it's 2 to 4% legally. There's a lot of data that suggests it's higher. There's studies all over the place. The second thing I would say, I'll tell you this. I know multiple people. I'm not going to give any direct details about who they are or what it was, but I do know personally multiple people that have been falsely accused of rape. And I know it was false because I was with the person at the time. I don't want to reveal anyone's identity or anything, so I'm not going to say any more than that. But
there is one problem. Can I say one thing, though? Okay. What you're saying right now is what men or people in general say when they know a friend who actually is a rapist and they like believe the narrative that the rapist conjures. Like, I'm just saying, like, in terms of the influence of our anecdotal perspectives, this is what people say when they do have a friend who does that stuff. But it's like, then they're like, no, she's lying. Like, she's completely lying. She's a dumb bitch. I didn't rape anyone. But then, like, but that's how this happens. Like, now, I'm not saying that all the friends who have been falsely accused of rape were rapists or anything like that. I'm only saying, like, the anecdotal side of things here is just not a good way of arriving at conclusions. Because I bet you one of the reasons
I will say the people I'm talking about, I was there, like very, very direct knowledge. So I mean, there may be some people who would lie like that. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying it for the cases I'm talking about, I was absolutely there. I know unquestionably due to proximity, location, timing, etc.
Well, again, like I can't like anecdote battle you. I obviously don't know and can't speak to it specifically. Maybe one of the reasons why people are so afraid of false rape accusations is because rape is really common, and people who commit those rapes will say, when accused, that they didn't do it, and those are false accusations. So people will say that. Just very often, people will say, like, I'll tell you this much, okay? Just one quick thing. Then we can move on, because I feel like we've gotten to this topic. But every single rape survivor, when coming out and coming forward with their story, you know what they get accused of being? A false rape accuser. Yeah.
Any rapist, well, again, like I said, Brock Turner, he wasn't wrong. He was lying.
Well, and the millions of people, I can't infer his intent. I'm just saying, like, a ton of people jumped out of the woodwork to defend him. I mean,
he was wrong. He knows he was wrong.
Even if he knew he was wrong, a ton of the people who were defending him didn't. Like, people don't run around thinking they're the bad guys. People don't run around thinking they're pro-rape for the most part. They just don't understand what consent is or what fair boundaries are, And all women who come forward about their rape experiences get accused of being false rape accusers anyway. So it's pretty tough to know, right? Especially based on anecdotes. We do know rape happens a lot, so that's something worth taking seriously.
Yeah, I agree. I think we talked about this issue kind of enough. I'll just finish on this note to what you just said. I really can't imagine like not knowing. To me, it's pretty obvious. Like, right and wrong is something that I think is innate in the vast majority of people, and I think deep down people know when they're right and wrong. I think there are some people, and people don't want to acknowledge this, and this is why I think consent classes and anti-rape classes and movements are never going to work, is because some people are just born without a conscience. They don't care. They know the difference in right and wrong. They're just bad people. And I know we don't like to think about they're bad people, and we want to pretend that
you're otherizing rapists right now in a way that makes it seem like they're these inhuman monsters and you could never be one. People who rape, they could be your family or your friends. They could be anyone. And if you build them up to be a monster in your head, then they become this otherworldly thing that you can't even fathom. And then you'll defend everyone around you because the people you know, your friends, your family, they're not monsters, They're perfectly fine.
If one of my friends or family committed rape, I would absolutely not defend them. No way.
But that's the thing. You wouldn't think they committed a rape. You would think that they were being falsely accused of rape, because this is what I mean. You wouldn't, because if you already believe that the only people who could commit rape are like these amoral monsters, and you've known a guy for like 30 years, what's more likely in your mind? That this person was actually a secret monster the entire time who was totally capable of rape, and all of your intuitions about this guy were wrong? Or that the woman accusing him of rape is faking it?
Okay, let me just say, I have exactly what you just said. I have known some. This is again, I don't want to be specific, but I'm just going to say it's someone I was close to for multiple years, and it's suddenly. I'm not going to say what exactly happened or be specific, but something happens where I realized this person's a sociopath. This person is a bad person, and I cut them off immediately. So I absolutely could believe you can be a good person for 20, 30, 40 years and be a secret monster. So if you showed me evidence that someone raped and I thought it was good evidence, I could believe that, sure.
There's just no criminological or psychological data to suggest that everyone who commits a rape is like some kind of immoral monster. That's just not how crimes go in general. Same with murders. You would think a person who takes another's life for no reason would be some kind of horrible human. But in reality, a lot of this stuff is done in the heat of the moment, and most murderers don't engage in any kind of recidivist activity. You would let them go right afterwards, and they'd never hurt another fly. People just aren't very clean or efficient in that way. And with regards to, like, rape, it gets even more complicated, because it is conventionally easier to rape a person than it is to kill a person.
That's what I mean. The example of those two young gangbangers in that kind of mutual combat. It's not necessarily a monster, but someone who would willingly plan out violent sexual assault.
They don't do that.
Monster.
They don't plan it out. They just take advantage of the situations around them because they don't know how consent works.
Oh, sure.
I mean, very rarely is rape like this. I at least for the majority of rape is done to people who you know, people who are close to you. And it's usually like taking advantage of a close, intimate, or private situation to your benefit. It's rarely like this orchestrated, planned out thing,
I can believe that.
One way or another. I think the other point was toxic masculinity. The other point that you disagreed with me on.
I mean, I'd have to understand what your definition of toxic masculinity is. But one of the things that feminists say, they say that toxic masculinity is, one of the things they say is that how men aren't free to express themselves, and that social expectations and gender norms for men are such that men are shamed if they express their emotions, or if they come across as being vulnerable, or if they say what they really feel. And I'm always like, listen, I say I'm a men's rights activist. That is me expressing myself. Immediately feminists clamp down on that and say, no, you can't think that, you can't talk that way. There was a study, I did a video on this too, I could send it to you as well, that showed 50% of 16 to 24-year-old males in the UK were anti-feminist. And all these feminist blogs and articles came out with these reactions saying, oh my God, this is horrible. We need to teach these young men, 50, half. And all these feminists were coming out saying, oh my God, we have to teach them what feminism is. But what I found in the feminist reactions is that none of them were saying, hey, we should listen to why they feel this way. Their first response was to, we have to lecture them on what feminism really is and why they're wrong.
Well,
when I feel,
sure. Yeah.
Maybe you should listen to why they feel this way in the first place. Why do these men feel this way about feminism?
Well,
Instead of lecturing them as
you can say that about any reactionary group. Like, you could poll how many Americans think that, like, gay marriage is wrong. Like, I'm just gonna, if I see like 20% of America doesn't like gay marriage, I'm not gonna think like, what can I do to reach across to them? I'm probably just gonna like shit talk them, you know? I'll make arguments if I'm talking with
I
them,
would.
but
I
well,
would.
you can reach out if you want, but like, if feminism is a human rights movement, you can't blame people for being upset that people are opposed to a human rights movement. And earlier, when I said
What
like
about
wait, hold
but
on.
the
When I
thing is,
said men should be able to express themselves, I don't mean politically. Men have been expressing themselves politically forever. I mean emotionally. Your participation in the men's rights movement isn't what I mean when I say that. Like, you should be able to express yourself emotionally. The ability to cry or to be jubilant or to express your feelings with those around you. Stuff like that. I don't mean like you should be able to voice your opinion politically, because men have done that, you know, in abundance for a very long time. Not exactly lacking in that regard.
I had to go back to when you said there's nothing wrong with being angry that people are against the human rights movement. But again, maybe you should consider, what are those feminist organizations in the UK actually doing? Maybe they're not so much serving human rights. Maybe they're doing things that are against equal rights.
But you can,
That's kind of my point.
so I mean, I'm a leftist, and I disagree with a ton of existing leftist organizations, but I'm still in favor of leftism because there are underlying principles that I agree with. The underlying principle of feminism is gender equality. Even if there are specific organizations, actions, or people that you disagree with, that doesn't change the fact that the underlying movement should be something that everybody agrees with. It's okay to be upset with people for not liking that. I mean, you can hear out their reasons why, but there are reasons why, like, people in America think like Jews are cockroaches or whatever. I mean, you can hear out like any set of opinions, right? But it's about like, what do we consider acceptable? Like, what's acceptable discourse in today's society? And unfortunately, being an anti-feminist still is, but I don't know, give it 100 more years, and maybe that'll be like the new default, and people will build off of that to new and more advanced forms of civil rights advocacy.
So I would say two things to that. First of all, I would say actions speak louder than words. It's all very well going to say, oh, this is the definition of feminism, and so it's a good thing, but actions speak louder than words. The second thing I would say, I think I said this in the beginning of the conversation, most feminist individuals I talk to, most human beings who call themselves feminists, are people that I tend to agree with 95% of the time. The problem with those specific organizations that I'm talking about is they do tend to have the most influence. The minority of those people do tend to be those groups that have the actual leverage over Parliament, over Congress, over whatever it is. So even though most feminists walking on the street might be good people, these political organizations have the most power.
I don't really think that like
to.
big progressive orgs are like super harmful or damaging to men. I'd be willing to bet most anti-feminists in the UK that were polled felt that way because they watched YouTube videos making fun of Anita Sarkeesian, not because they have some like deep understanding of the feminist orgs in their country. Trust me, having talked to people,
I would have to say, if you looked at some of the things that happened in the UK, for example, last year, there was a debate about a domestic abuse bill, the 2020 domestic abuse bill, and feminist groups protested, and thank God they lost. They wanted to make the bill.
I need citations on this, because the problem is I still haven't seen the India feminist thing, and when I looked up the Florida state law from 2011, I immediately found evidence that you didn't provide that made the case from the feminists a lot more convincing.
I can send you all the evidence for this. I've done several videos and articles about this with direct links. But basically, the feminist groups tried to make they wanted the law to be gendered. So they wanted the domestic abuse bill to be written in such a way that male victims were not recognized equal.
What was the name of the organization?
The one of them, the biggest one, the primary one, was the Fawcett Society.
Can you spell that?
Another one, FAWCETT, Fawcett Society, like Sarah Fawcett. Farrah Fawcett or Sarah Fawcett? Farrah Fawcett, right? He's nothing to do with it, but that was a spelling. Another big one was Refuge, the word refuge. Those are the two biggest ones. And they basically wanted the language of the bill to be gendered in such a way that teachers and police would be trained to assume, and this is the same as the Duluth model in the US, they'd be trained to assume that a male is inherently a perpetrator and a female is inherently a victim in a domestic violence situation, which I would say completely goes against the idea of being against gender stereotypes and gender roles. If you're against the idea of men being inherently strong and women being inherently weak, then you should be able to recognize that a woman can be physically abusive to a man, and a woman can physically harm a man. And thank God their efforts did not work, and the abuse bill was passed gender neutral. But that was something that was a major issue, major debate, roughly a year ago today.
Just out of curiosity,
I can
what was
I can send you.
How close was the vote on that domestic abuse bill?
I know that Philip Davies, if you know who he is, he's a member of parliament. He's, as far as I know, only openly men's rights activist, mainstream politician in the world. He was very, very principled in this, and he was a big reason why the bill did not work out the way the feminist groups wanted it to.
So I would need to say this. I'm looking at a bill on this right now. The domestic abuse bill. Was this 2020 or 2021?
Okay, it was weird. It was originally it was 2020, and then with COVID they kind of shut down, and then it opened up again 2021. I'm pretty sure you're looking at the same bill there.
Okay, because what I'm seeing right now is that there are two major amendments which were voted on. One of which was making misogyny a hate crime, and the other was the implementation of a stalker's registry. Some of the other things that you mentioned I don't see listed here, but the Fawcett Society did back those amendments.
That's correct.
I don't necessarily know if I have an issue with either of those proposed amendments to the bill.
Those two amendments are not the same thing as the provision to make domestic abuse defined as gender. Those are kind of separate issues.
I would have to see because I'm like looking through a bunch of articles right now, but I just have to like trust your word on this stuff. I can't.
No, I'll send you. I'll email you all this stuff if you want. I have all this stuff saved up. So I'll send you the direct articles, direct quotes, all that. So I can absolutely send you all the citations for this.
Well, you have to send me. You have to send me info on it now if you can, because otherwise I can't. Because I don't know. Like, stonewalling the domestic violence bill. Why make misogyny gender neutral? What is this? I have to look through so much stuff. Wait, this is a turf site.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, our conversation would really be bogged down if I were to send you all the links now. I mean, I can if you want, but I will answer what you said about misogyny as a hate crime. You know, do I inherently dislike the idea? No, but my concern would be who is defining what misogyny is and how is it defined in court? You could also make the argument, well, why is misogyny a hate crime but not misandry?
Well, I mean, at least here in the United States, I'm pretty sure. Don't we already have hate crime laws if you commit violence against a person with sex or gender being one of the motivating factors? I mean, gender and sex are both considered protected classes in the United States. Yeah, so I don't know UK law. Okay, so with that thing, I would need to see stuff in it later because there's probably a lot of nuance to that. It seems like it was an ongoing process to edit a bill. With regards to taking a step back, if I could, with regards to like the toxic.
So if you don't mind, I am listening. I'm just kind of getting a source for you right now. So I'm listening, but that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
And about the toxic masculinity stuff, like apart from listening to people who don't like feminism, I mean, what prescriptions of the, putting to rest the toxic masculinity, what do you disagree with necessarily?
Disagree with the idea that being a man carries certain negative attributes towards how they think about women. Like I disagree that toxic masculinity is a man's inherent misogyny.
That's
and how men are inherently misogynistic.
But it's not. If it was inherent, then there'd be no point in trying to get rid of toxic masculinity because it would be inherent. It's a cultural thing. We're talking
exactly. I mean, that's why I feel that it's often used. I think it's very often used in good faith, but I also think sometimes it's used disingenuously.
Right, but okay, but like with regards to the idea that there are elements of masculinity that are destructive that we should probably like culturally norm out. Do you agree with that? Like how some guys are super like aggro and prideful and really defensive and they don't open up about their emotions, like stuff like that,
Yeah. And again, this is what I mean by it's different. I mean, there may be some feminists who talk about toxic masculinity and I say, yeah, I agree with that. But then there are other people who I would hear what they say and I say, no, I don't agree with that. So it's such a
But that's
nuanced term,
what
it's such a
everyone
vague,
says, though.
abstract definition. But it's not though. You say that, and maybe your friends say that, but it's not what everybody says.
I've never seen somebody refer to toxic masculinity as the assumption that men are like inherently bad. It's just that culturally men are encouraged to engage in some like bad behaviors, you know? That there are some elements of masculine socialization that are destructive. Like we all do it a little bit, right? Like earlier I said men should be encouraged to open up more, and your response to that was to say that you are opening up by being part of a political movement. But that's not really like being emotionally open, right? Like you can be very
Oh yeah.
well, you can be that's not your emotions though. Like you can be super duper politically engaged but still bottle up your emotions. Like those aren't necessarily the same thing, you know?
Circles that I'm in, including the subreddit, many posts and conversations are very emotional. You should come to our Discord. You should come to the weekly chats. We have very emotional conversations. Obviously, a lot of it is political and legislative and about laws and bills and political issues. But there's absolutely an emotional element to the men's rights movement. All the time we talk about how we're perceived by our friends and our family and how that affects us as men and the shame.
One of the top posts from your subreddit over the past year is discouraging guys from opening up to their girlfriends because the girl will hold that against them in the future when she's mad.
Can you link that to me?
Yeah, it's got like 9,000 upvotes. Like, I see this sentiment a lot from right-leaning groups, the idea that like it's weakness for men to open up. But MRAs will usually say, well, it's not weakness, it's feminists that keep us from opening up, or something like that, or like women, or, you know?
I'm opening it up right now, and I just sent you a link to the UK domestic violence dispute. It's one of my videos. If you get the video, I put all the links in the description.
I'm looking now.
If you want to read it, yeah. I would agree. I mean, this is kind of nonsense. This is an Instagram post. I mean, I do understand where they're coming from. Most of the time when a man opens up to a woman, she will use it against him in the future when she's mad. Yeah, that's probably true. You know, what I've given this 9,000 upvotes, probably not. I don't think it's inherently wrong per se, but it's not exactly groundbreaking, in my opinion.
I think men and women probably do that equally to each other, right? Like if using pieces of intimate information against one another when you're arguing. I think that I don't know if that's like something men or women do more to each other than the other. It just seems like a generally shitty thing people do.
Probably.
Women still open up to men.
I would agree. It's a bit of a silly post. It's not wrong per se, but it's, you know.
Well, I think it is wrong because it's implying that like men shouldn't open up because women will use it against them. But I don't think that happens to men any more than it does to women. So why are they discouraging people from... We can go in the comments if you want, but it seems like people here really don't like the idea of opening up about their feelings.
Saying that this is something that happens to men isn't implying that it doesn't happen to women too. It's just saying that this is something that men notice.
No, that's kind of disingenuous.
I would say this. There's a reason why there must be a reason why it has 9,000 upvotes.
Yeah, because
at least 9,000 people read that and thought, I agree.
Just because, first of all, let's be real, okay? 98% of the people in that subreddit do not have a partner. And second of all,
I can say that's not true.
But additionally, like, just because people are complaining about something doesn't mean that it's a real thing that's happening. Again, you can go on, like, like, Ku Klux Klanners, are they right? Because they complain about the things they believe in? Like, that doesn't mean anything. You can't say, like, well, this is a problem because people are saying it's a problem. It has to be something demonstrable of some way. But if you acknowledge this happens equally both ways...
Something is happening. A lot of times there is something to that. No, the KKK isn't right when they say things, but it's worth paying attention to people saying, listen, I've experienced this. I've heard this. I've seen this. I've seen this happening to other people.
Do you think this happens more to men than women then? That women will more often use intimate information in an argument against their boyfriends than vice versa?
I have no idea.
But then why? But so you don't know, and it's non-falsifiable, but the subreddit is massively uploading the idea that like men specifically are the victims of this. Like this is a persecution complex.
If you made an identical post with the gender switched, you posted it in, let's say, 2X chromosomes. I bet you get a lot of people upvoting that as well.
I don't know. The idea that, like, the sentiment that, like, men are more likely to abuse women or abuse information held in confidence against men. I don't know. Maybe if they did, I'd call them out for it too. I don't think that it's a gendered problem necessarily.
I don't either. I just think, the people that read that, if they're male, oh, that happened to me, I'll upvote it. I don't. I think you're looking a little bit too much into that post, to be honest with you.
Well, maybe. It's one of the most upvoted in the past year, and I think it's literally like encouraging guys not to open up to their girlfriends. It's kind of one of the points that I was making. Okay, I want to hit back, like, really, really quickly. The YouTube video that you made is called "Feminists in the UK Are Trying to Legalize Domestic Violence Against Men." But the article that you link to only says that feminist groups were encouraging gendered training for police officers and social workers who respond to domestic abuse, citing existing evidence that the vast majority of people hurt or killed in domestic abuse cases are women, saying that it's a gendered problem and it should be treated as such. The title of your video doesn't match up to the contents of the article that you're linking to.
You watch the video, what I say is obviously it's not an inherent legalization, it's a quasi-legalization. So obviously on paper, they're not going to say, we think domestic violence against men should be legal. What the result would be, and we've seen this before,
your
you have to look into
literally, feminists in the UK are trying to legalize domestic violence against men, and the article is, feminists in the UK are trying to, with a data-backed approach, assert that domestic violence is a gendered problem and should be treated as such. That's not a mild, like, flip on the script. That's just a lie. That's what you described isn't happening.
It's not. First of all, I would say the data is very questionable. Secondly, in practice, what would happen would be a quasi-legalization of domestic violence against men, because the court system and the justice system and police would be trained in such a way to not recognize domestic violence against men. Of course, they're not going to be on paper saying we think domestic violence should be legal. It's much more disingenuous and subtle than that.
No, wait, don't you think, so you're saying, like, so, okay, I don't trust the data that the feminist orgs are using to justify the claim that domestic violence is a gendered issue. I actually think they're misusing this data with the explicit intent of subtly trying to make it so that men can't get their domestic violence cases prosecuted when it happens. You're simultaneously ignoring existing evidence while assigning malice to people who are using the evidence that you can't falsify in the advocacy for their positions. Like, doesn't this come off a little bit conspiratorial? No wonder people on your subreddit are afraid of stuff like this. No wonder people in the UK
don't
are
ignore
afraid
the
of
evidence.
Stuff like this.
I don't ignore the evidence. In fact, I address the evidence by providing other examples of conflicting evidence that suggests this isn't exactly true. And I make the point that say it's very disturbing that a police officer would be trained to assume a gendered position on domestic violence inherently. So you go into a situation, you have this training that tells you, oh, chances are, if a man claims to be a victim of domestic violence, he's probably lying.
So wait, that is not what the training says. So the only thing listed in this article is just that there should be a gendered element to the training, because more often than not, women are the victim of violence in domestic abuse situations. You're making a lot of inferences that are not supported by the data, like that police officers will be told men are lying if the police show up. Like, that's not anywhere here. Why are you assuming that stuff?
The thing is, I did a whole series on that. So there's other videos with more articles than just the one that you saw.
With other titles.
Didn't want to overload you. Didn't want to overload you with different sources, but there's other articles on this very thing.
But do you see why I wanted to cite the source now? Because, like, this is the fear-mongering. I mean, you say 50% of kids in the UK, like men in the UK at a certain age demographic, they're not feminists. Well, maybe it's because they saw YouTube titles like feminists trying to make domestic violence against men legal, and they never read the article underneath the comment section showing that that's a complete lie, you know?
It's not. I mean, there's many real-world examples. In the UK, they do have a two-tier justice system for men and women. Women, by law, are not punished equally to men for the same crime.
Well, that's true. That doesn't justify lying about the available evidence.
Like, it's really not. It's not. It's really not lying to say that it is a quasi-legalization.
That is absolutely a lie, but you didn't say quasi in your title either.
The title is meant to reflect the practical, real world
That's
situation of
not the
how domestic
practical
violence will be
real
handled in
world.
the UK.
That's not the practical real world truth, though. It's just not true. It's a factual lie. And while I agree the
If a
criminal
woman,
justice system is biased against men, because I believe that the criminal justice system is bigoted against men. I absolutely 100% believe that. I'm not backing off on that. But I don't think that justifies lying about current events in an effort to get clickbait so that all the anti-feminists in your community can like rally around a lie. It's just not acceptable. Why not make a salient criticism? Why make this an anti-feminist thing?
because first of all, the source of this is feminism. It's feminist groups who lobbied for the gender law.
For feminists are the only reason like domestic violence laws exist at all. To be fair, the modern legal landscape for partner violence has been shaped by the advocacy of feminists. There's a reason why if you go back a few decades, like marital rape is illegal. But like in this case, it seems like they have a good argument to make. Like they want there to be gendered training because it's a gendered issue. It seems, you know, arguable at least. It's not them trying to make it legal to DV men.
I would absolutely have a really big problem with what you just said. You're saying it's okay to give gender training to police or school teachers. So when they respond to a crime, they already have a preconceived notion or expectation of who's guilty and who's not. So they're basically trained to see this gendered element of domestic violence.
Well, there is a
so if a male
element.
victim, so if a male victim calls and says, "I've been hurt, I've been stabbed, I'm bleeding," they're trained to believe that likely was the perpetrator and the woman was defending herself.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that in instances where the man is showing signs of physical injury that they would believe the guy is lying and then only receive those injuries as a product of his aggressive attempt to attack the woman?
Absolutely. If you go through the channel, I have absolutely dozens of videos of this happening. And women stabbing men.
It does happen. Wait, it does happen. I'm asking if you have evidence that that was part of the gendered training that they were proposing.
Because I do.
You do, so you could,
evidence.
How? The amendment didn't even go through.
Amendment didn't go through. No, I'm talking about the Duluth model, and I'm talking about how feminists kind of control the conversation and control the narrative. I'm not saying this exact bill.
That's what I'm
this
talking about.
Stereotype.
Wait, no, that's specifically what we're talking about, this bill amendment. You're making the assertion that it would lead to DV being de facto legalized against men. You're making the assertion that it would lead to cops assuming men are lying if they're stabbed.
I was talking about how in the UK, there's a two-tier justice system between men and women.
But that's we're talking about this bill and your lie in the video title. I agree that the system in general is biased against men. I'm not disagreeing against that.
It's two different. There's two different points. It's two different things.
So, okay, so the claim about the bill does not legalize domestic violence against men.
No, the bill would, if it happened in the way that feminists wanted it to, would quasi-legalize domestic violence against men. It doesn't because it didn't pass.
Do you have any evidence of that? Because all they said was gendered training for a gendered issue. Do you have any evidence of that?
I can't possibly have evidence for a bill that didn't actually pass.
Then why are you making claims about it?
I'm making claims that in the UK, and you agree there's a bias against men.
Yeah, yes? But you can't say the logical leaps you're engaging in here are like insanely dishonest. Like, I guess these are the kind of like mental tricks that I would expect somebody who doesn't know what rape is to like get away with using on themselves.
But it's not like a mental trick. We already see it now. Hang on, listen. We already see now
this bill, where all that we're being given evidence of is feminist orgs saying this is a gendered issue and that there should be a gendered element to training. That's it. And then you're saying they're trying to legalize DV against men. They're going to assume men are lying if they're injured when the cops show up, like this and that. But there's no evidence of that. So, like, why? Why make these claims unless you're trying to stoke fear-mongering against feminism?
What I was saying is, first of all, already, even before this bill was passed, so many examples of men being stabbed, a woman stabbing a partner, and not being sentenced to prison whatsoever. There's already a two-tier justice system in the UK.
That's not
women do not get punished for crimes equally to men. Oh, I think if you have this bill written the way feminists want it to be gendered, you're going to make that problem even worse. It seems very disingenuous to have a bill be gendered if you don't support the idea of gender stereotypes or gender roles.
Wait,
What
no,
you're
wait,
saying
hold on,
is
wait.
even
Not, wait, hold on. Not gender stereotype or gender roles. Just, it's a gendered problem.
it's not a gendered problem.
The evidence seems to indicate that it is. In terms of the victims of DV and the extent of violence suffered from women, it seems like there's a gendered element. Yeah. And it makes sense, doesn't it? Men on
I would
average
disagree with that.
men, well, you
I would
can
disagree with that
it
data.
all you want. I know you love disagreeing with data. But like it
So
doesn't
wait,
make
there's
sense.
there's data that doesn't support what you're saying.
No,
There's data that does not support the idea that it's a gendered problem.
I'm aware that domestic violence is something that tends to happen 50-50, but violence suffered from domestic violence seems to be way more on the hand of women. Women are much more likely to suffer injury. And doesn't that make sense? Men are much larger and stronger than women on average. Of course, in heated situations, they would be more likely to suffer injury. But that's not a gender role or stereotype. That's just a frank understanding of the world that we live in.
I disagree, because if someone uses a knife, there's no difference at all.
But not every instance of domestic... Okay, hold on. Just because weapons exist doesn't mean there's not going to be a bias in favor of the destructive potential of a person who's larger and stronger. Sometimes no weapons are used. Sometimes the guy gets to the knife first. Sometimes the fact that the person is stronger means they can disarm the person who's weaker and has a knife. There's a lot of variance to this, but it doesn't change the fact that the stronger person is way more likely to do damage. It just... I've lived with girlfriends before. Like, if we ever gotten like a full-on DV, I'd win every time. It's not like a gendered role or stereotype thing. I'm just 6'2", 250. Like, that's just... there's just a difference there. Like, the bias will pan out in the long run, you know?
That has nothing to do with the prevalence of victimhood.
The prevalence of violent victimhood, as in, like, who suffers injury.
Oh, no. Victimhood. Violent victimhood. A woman could pick up a knife and stab a man. What this bill was doing was not instructing police officers to see the difference in damage that can be caused. And a woman can absolutely kill a man with a knife.
Do you have evidence that...
Wait,
hold on, really quick. Do you have evidence...
Hang on.
No, please. I need this. Do you have evidence that the amendment specifically says that the gendered training they want police officers to take will require them to disregard evidence of physical injury in favor of gendered assumptions?
Bill said specifically, okay, that police officers would be trained to assume and recognize the gendered nature of domestic violence and the prevalence of victimhood.
So I was right. You said that they were being trained to ignore physical injury.
No, because if let's say a man showed his arm was bleeding, right? They would still be trained to assume it is more likely that the woman was defending herself. You have evidence of that?
You keep making claims, and then I ask you for evidence, and then the evidence of your claim is something that isn't the claim. Nowhere in the documentation here. No, the bill does not say police officers will prioritize gender bias over evidence of physical injury. That is not anywhere in the documentation of this amendment. And that would be insane.
Read the whole bill? Wait, have you read the whole bill?
Okay, I haven't read the whole bill. I've read documentation on the amendment. Something tells me that if there was anything in it that said ignore evidence of physical injury in favor of gendered assumptions, that there would be something about that in the articles that I'm reading right now.
It didn't say that. Of course it didn't say that.
Then why would you say that it does? They're not. If a guy has a knife in him, when they show up,
I didn't say that.
They're not going to assume the guy stabbed himself.
I didn't say that. You didn't say to ignore physical evidence.
You did say that.
Okay. No. It didn't say to ignore physical evidence. It said to assume, okay, the likelihood of who was the initial perpetrator and who was the initial aggressor.
Yeah, that is a gendered bias, but that is not the same as ignoring physical evidence.
If a man presented himself as bleeding on his arm, okay, and he was stabbed, and the woman said, "Oh, I was just defending myself," officer should assume is more likely that she is telling the truth.
There is no evidence of this. You're just making this up. That's right there. What you're saying right now is assuming that cops would ignore physical evidence in favor of gender bias. If they show up and one person has been stabbed and the other person is uninjured, There is nothing in the amendment of this bill that is going to encourage the police officers to believe the guy is lying and that the woman was defending herself.
That's yes, it is. That's exactly the point of it. It's happened before multiple times.
It having happened is not the same as it being the text of the amendment. Things happen all the time.
Though.
Cops have raped like women that they stop at traffic stops. That doesn't mean there's a law saying cops can do that. This amendment only says that there should be gendered training. That's it, and I'm fine with that. You're saying that this gendered training will involve ignoring physical evidence of injury on the face of the guy, always assuming that the guy is lying and that the girl is not at fault if they come out on a DV situation, and you've claimed in your video title that this is explicitly legalizing DV against men. Your claims about this are lying. They are falsehoods. They are fear-mongering. And this is exactly what I mean about why I can't trust the MRA stuff. I don't think that this is born out of a genuine desire to protect men. I don't think you're caring about men when you say all of this. This feels vindictive to me, because I don't know why a genuine desire for the promotion of civil rights would lead you to so virulently represent this issue.
That's completely not true. Do you think logically, is the consequence of police undergoing gender training and how they respond to a crime scene?
To understand that there are biases in the general tendency towards violence between men and women, which seems to be backed up by the data.
How do you think that might influence how they respond to claims of self-defense or mutual violence?
Well, if we're going by how things work here in the United States with the biases we have and the gender assumptions we make, I know, right, but it never happened in the UK. So you're asking me for like real life extrapolations. So I'm looking at here in the US right now. Here in the US,
but this does happen in the UK. This does happen in the UK.
The amendment wasn't passed
even before this.
Okay, wait, hold on. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer. So you're asking me what the consequences of this are going to be. Here in the United States, as I understand it, in a situation where no other evidence of potential harm can be found, it's generally protocol to assume that the guy is the one who should be removed from the situation. Now, that is to say, if it's like a DV situation that gets called in and both people are uninjured or they have light but equal degrees of injury, that generally speaking, cops are going to side with the woman only because there's a lower potential threshold for harm. That does suck, and I don't support that. I do think that's a fucked up system to behold, but it's not the same as like the cops are going to come in and the guy's like fucked up and stabbed, and then like the cops side with the woman anyway. That just doesn't seem to be how
that's happened though. That's happened in the US and the UK.
It has happened, but so is the opposite. I'm not saying nothing can happen. I'm saying that the policy wouldn't lead to that being protocol, because anything can or has happened. This country
can you prove that it wouldn't?
Anything can happen. My country has 1/3 of a million people in it. It doesn't matter what the laws are. Anything is gonna happen. I'm talking about what the policies explicitly encourage police officers to do as part of protocol.
You prove that the bill, if it passed the way feminists wanted to pass, would not have led to what I said.
How can I prove a negative?
That's the point.
That's not the point. Wait, no.
It's the point.
If your argument in favor of your position is I may have lied, but you can't prove that this thing couldn't happen, then
it was not a lie.
Oh, well, you do have me on this one. I can't prove a negative. That is true.
The thing that's happening now and is the case now, and you agreed with, is there is this two-tiered system in the UK for men and women.
There is a two-tiered system. In the US, it is not. DV is not legal against men, even though there's a two-tiered system here in the US.
Never said it was.
Okay, you said it would be in the UK.
Consequences.
Okay, all right.
Let's talk about the UK now. Yes.
Okay, let's take a deep breath. I don't know how much blood we're gonna get from this stone.
Having fun?
I love conversations like this. Yeah, it's a really stark reminder on how like head ass so many MRA like talking points are. Because I feel like so many of these issues, when I talk about stuff like this with feminists, I feel like I'm Socrates walking down like the halls of the Athenian, philosophy buildings or whatever. But when I have conversations here, I feel like I don't even know what's happening right now. Feminists, generally speaking,
there's a reason why we have this frustration. Okay, the problem is here you do not have as much information and experience with this particular issue as I do. which is understandable. That's not a criticism.
Good of you to
Okay, but believe me,
remind the audience of that in case they forgot based on our conversation.
you've only seen that one link that I sent you. When you look for patterns of behavior, you begin to see certain things that are kind of undeniable, but you have to read between the lines.
What you're describing right now is a form of cognitive bias. You're admitting to conspiracism. What you're engaging in right now is called selective bias. You have trained yourself.
Absolutely not.
You have trained yourself to see some things. So now they are what you look for, and you're more likely to see them than you are to examine counter evidence. Which is why multiple times during this conversation, you have cited the popularity of Reddit posts on the MRA forum as evidence that there's a real sociological problem. You've denied the existence of the data and then said, well, it must be a problem because people post about it in men's rights.
I disagree with some data. I don't deny the existence of the data.
Okay, well then you deny the validity of the data.
That's not the same. That's not the same thing.
You deny the validity. My apologies. Not the existence, the validity. But like this is cognitive bias.
Even it's not cognitive bias. It's not.
Like don't we agree on the same fundamentals here? Should we not be treated equally? Why do we need to ferment this dishonesty about the goals of feminists?
Police are trained a gendered response to domestic violence, then it's not being treated equally. The victim is not being treated equally.
Okay.
If the police have training to walk in the situation with a certain assumption.
Okay, so we could have a long conversation about equity versus equality here and the way that you're supposed to respond to existing biases, but alternatively, how about we move off the policing subject? Like, with regards to, like, the world that we want, it seems like, apart from these feminist organizations that support laws you don't like, seemingly for reasons that don't conform to reality. Like, what about feminism? Like, what is the issue here, I guess? Because when I look outside, when I see feminists and what they're doing, it seems like they're pretty holistically promoting the interests of everyone. Like, not perfectly, I guess, but when we're looking at, like, what feminists are doing and what they're advocating for, I don't feel like they're, like, shitting all over men or stomping all over them or anything like that. It seems like there's generally a pretty good general push in a progressive space for our lives to be made better altogether.
Supporting a gendered law on rape? India, would that be that?
So, remember what I just said about cognitive bias? You're demonstrating how, like, emotionally biased you are by this. I just said broadly feminist XY, and you jump to the India. By the way, you never gave me a link on that when I asked you to. The thing in India, I can't speak to Indian feminist org, and you've never been to India, so I don't know why we're even talking about that. Like, what are some civil rights pushes that you want right now? Like, let's see if I agree with you. Like,
okay. First of all, I mean, I would say the issue is that 10% of the population, Indian males. And I will send you the link, by the way, after all this. I will send you anything you want at 100%.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sending it to you right now because we're in the middle of a conversation, but I'll send you anything you want. Okay, but I'll give you civil rights pushes that I'd want. Okay. I think that unnecessary, routine infant circumcision should be illegal.
Sure, yeah. I don't really see feminists pushing for that. So, yeah, it's mostly just, like, I don't know, cultural, or, like, conservatives seem to like it. I don't know. Jews do it. Yeah, I'm fine with that being outlawed.
I think that SBA business loans should not be gendered. So I don't think that women should have a lower standard to get a loan from the SBA than a man would.
Maybe. I think that affirmative action has had a lot of negative consequences. I would need to look more into the specifics, though. Because you could make a reparations argument, right? Because women have been historically disallowed from accumulating wealth, so you compensate for that by giving them a bit of a heads up now. I'd need to look into the specifics of those loans.
I think that car insurance rate should be equal for men and women. Now, I know men get more
accidents way more.
Do, but I think that the increase in rate should be retroactive after the accident, not beforehand.
Maybe. That doesn't seem like a civil rights thing. That mostly just seems like, I mean, wouldn't this be a toxic masculinity thing? Encourage men to drive better and it wouldn't be so much of an issue. This goes in line with, like, medical insurance, right? Doesn't medical insurance cost more for men because we tend to be more destructive with our bodies when we're young?
The opposite. It used to cost more for women, and then Obama canceled that out. So Obama passed a law that it's equal now. But it was actually women paid more for health insurance because they used the doctor more. And I think it was around 2011 that that law changed, about 10
I'll
years
have
ago.
to take a look. I guess maybe women would cost more because having a uterus and womb would be pretty expensive. Thanks, Obama. You know?
Living longer too. And, yeah.
Oh yeah, they live longer. Okay, what about like
Women.
okay, what about like the bias in sentencing rates for men and women? I assume you want those brought down because right now women get like 80% of the jail time that men do for the same crimes.
Of course.
Yeah, okay, we can agree on that. What about okay, well we talked about the rape culture and toxic masculinity thing. For me, a lot
I'm
of the
not
stuff
sure. I'm not sure it's 80%. Maybe even less than that.
maybe I mean it would depend on the
It's certainly
crime.
less. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we need to encourage men to have more friends or to be more like open with each other and the people around them. A lot of men have really weak social networks, which means they're more likely to be homeless if they run out of other options because they don't have like friends to couch surf off of, you know? Wait, did you nod? I had my
Yeah. I said
face
yes.
wasn't
I
screen.
agree.
Oh, okay,
I said,
gotcha.
I said sure. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. That I think we should sexualize men more in media. That's always been my point. I don't think we should stop sexualizing women. I think we should sexualize men more, okay? Because I think sexualizing people is based in media. I just think we're doing it unfair right now. We need like big like TNA shots for guys in like every movie that's PG-13 rated, the way we have for women, you know?
Here's the thing about that. I think men have always been sexualized as much as women. Let me give you some examples. Okay, Elvis Presley, Led Zeppelin. Look at a picture of Robert Plant on stage. He never wore a shirt. Celebrities, male athletes, male singers, male musicians have always been sexualized from day one.
Men's bodies aren't used to sell other things, though. And that's not men's bodies being sexualized. That's just like sexy men. But if you,
Of course it is. I mean,
if I look up like,
look at
if I look up,
look at Cristiano Ronaldo.
if I Google like sexy right now on an incog window, like what do you think's going to come up? It's probably not going to be a bunch of like guys eating Carl's Jr. burgers, right? It's like 90, maybe even 95% women, you know? And also a bunch of WikiHow articles, I guess. So that pops up by default, I suppose. But like women's bodies are used in advertising. Their sexualized form is used in just like as an accoutrement, like an accompaniment to things that aren't necessarily related to their bodies. It's not just about like sexy female stars. It's about like women's sexuality being everywhere and omnipresent.
That was Tom Brady. That was Ronaldo.
Wait, just mentioning celebrities isn't what I'm getting at here. I mean that like sexualized female bodies are everywhere. If you like, if you really think, if you like if you go to like your major big city, like your local big city, and just take a walk down like Main Street and just like look at advertising, do you really think you're gonna get as many like men in underwear as you will women? Like how much skin will you see from the guys? You know, probably a lot less.
Of course. Hang on, but you said that you don't think we should stop sexualizing women. We should sexualize both genders more?
All genders, but yeah, I guess got to get men in there. Yeah, got to throw them in there. Because I think that people like sex. I think it makes people happy to see hot people. So I think the problem right now is that we're super biased in the way we present sex. Makes a lot of women feel like their bodies only exist for sexual titillation, which they don't. I think that sexualization should stop being thought of as like a biased thing that we use to sort of cordon or assign like to one group of people, and instead be like an innate and intrinsic part of the human experience. Like what we're doing now is an intrinsic. Like the Greeks used to think the male form was the sexiest thing on earth. That's why they couldn't stop carving it. You know, the attitudes towards this change all the time.
Sure. I don't know. I mean, I've never really given that much thought. So,
I think it'd be based. I think I unironically think it's a civil rights issue too. A lot of guys think they're like ugly. It's super sad. Like a lot of young guys, they think of themselves as like these gross, like that's why Pepe the Frog is such a popular React image on 4chan, you know? Because they think of themselves as like these grungy little goblins and women are just like these beautiful, radiant things that like they look at and they look pretty and it makes them happy, but they can't actually have it themselves because they're ugly. I feel like a lot of guys really internalize this idea that sex, sexuality, and beauty are something that like women are the gatekeepers of, and I think it leads to a lot of like really weird, sort of negative feelings about themselves. You know?
Yeah, could be.
Nice. All right, good. More men in underwear. All right, we got that. We got to do something about that toxic masculinity stuff. Okay, we gotta crank that down a little bit. We gotta wind that down just a little bit.
May I take 5 seconds to get some more water?
Oh yeah, of course.
Right back.
How are we doing, chat? We're having a whole conversation today. Bad? Oh yeah, I see. We have to get all MRAs to take the gay pill. Truly the most active advocate for men's rights.
Oh, I tried the gay pill. It tastes awful.
Based. So okay.
I am going to regret that one tomorrow. My God.
The gay pill? Why would you regret it? You're not in a community full of people who would make fun of you for it, are you?
The little clip is going to be all over the place tomorrow. I can already tell.
Well, we support you. In your personal journey. Yeah, I don't let me think. Like, I don't know.
It was a joke, by the way. Just FYI, it was a joke.
We like you less now. I'm trying to think. Like, man, we got like alimony court issues. We talked about the rape culture stuff. I don't talk about feminist issues that much these days. I feel like I talk about trans stuff really often. Obviously, that's a feminist issue too. Trans men are men, so issues.
Ask me anything you want.
Oh no, just I mean, I think that if any advocacy for men's rights includes trans men, so they're part of that.
As a matter of fact, yes. Pretty sure I did a video on this as well. There's an excellent article written by a trans man who noticed that when he was now appearing male to most people, he had all these unexpected negative consequences of that. He saw that people were more inherently afraid of him. People kind of didn't treat him the same way. And obviously, if you have a legal disparity, such as pension ages, right? Not in the US, but some countries have higher pension ages for men than women. Somebody transitions and now legally is considered male. Law has become unfavorable to them. So most MRAs that I know support trans rights. I support trans rights. Now I'm a little bit unsure when it comes to, and this is a hot one, I know. When it comes to trans athletes, how do you feel about that?
It is a highly controversial issue where we would probably have to lay a lot of groundwork. But generally speaking, I think that discourse around it is just a moral panic. The presence of trans women in women's sports poses basically zero threat to anything, and people care about it because it's a wedge issue they can use against trans women for the most part. That's like the reason people talk about it, because nobody gives a fuck about women's sports otherwise. Women's sports were a joke by like among conservative commentators for decades, and then now they're all these like stalwart, righteous defenders of the sanctity of women's sports, when just a couple years ago, like their shock jock radio hosts would be making jokes about the only reason they would watch like women's volleyball is to look at their uniforms and shit like that. It's like, oh, okay.
I hate those people. I mean, those guys are morons. I mean, but like, do you know, for example, the lawsuit in Connecticut, where there were two trans women who were breaking every single record, and a lot of the female athletes felt this was very unfair, and there was a lawsuit about it. By any chance, are you familiar with that whole case?
Federal agency said Connecticut must keep. Let me see. This thing. Trans students from girls' sport. The federal agency says this. The state disagrees. Connecticut's Attorney General and Human Rights Agency aren't backing down from upholding a state law allowing trans high school girls to complete on girls' sports teams, despite a finding by the Trump administration that it's illegal. I don't know the specifics about the athletes. It seems to me like if you've transitioned a while ago and you've been like medically transitioning to a woman for like 2 or so years, it mostly kicks your hormones and your athletic levels back down to around the range that cis women would be at your age. But it depends on a lot of other factors, Oh, is this the PragerU girl? Wait, is this the one girl was the PragerU video and she was on that RT documentary or whatever? No, that was detransitioning. Ah, I remember
No, no,
that girl. That sore loser.
wasn't
Sorry.
her. It wasn't her. It
It
was
wasn't her? Oh.
I don't think so. No.
I need
Let
to
me
look
try
into
and.
it.
Honestly, I mean, my position is kind of like I need to read more about the science to know about it. I don't have a strong stance on that one way or another.
Federal lawsuit.
I support trans rights as a whole for the most part, but when it comes to sports, I've heard the debate about
No, this
how
is her.
much
Yeah, this is her. The Selena Soul. Yeah, Selena Soul. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, she was a super sore loser. It was like the top 8 people were going to qualify for regional, but she was going to be like 7th, but then 2 trans women got like in the top 8, so she got bumped down to 9th or something like that. It was something like that. I don't know. It happened
was it track and was it for track and field?
Yeah, it was for track and field, yeah. The lawsuit
Maybe it
was
was that.
filed on behalf of 4 girls. I guess she got some of her classmates in it. Anyway, it's complicated stuff. Further developments. Oh, God. You stop looking at this stuff for like 1 hour and everything. Oh, God. Hold on. Chat's linking me articles. Further developments. Plaintiff in anti-trans lawsuit defeats transgender track rival twice in 8 days. Wait, really? Days after claiming competing with trans athletes was unfair, Chelsea Mitchell outran Terry Miller for the 2nd week straight, winning a state overall title in Connecticut. Okay. All right. Sorry, we're getting a bit derailed here. I'm not meaning to get derailed.
Okay, we're in the fun half.
Yeah, we're
Fun hour.
yeah. Oh God, where was I? Hold on. Gender issues. Chat, I'm a feminist. What do I believe in again? I don't talk about feminist issues much these days. I feel like a lot of parity has been achieved, and at this point, a lot of the work that needs to be done is a little bit more granular and cultural, you know? Because a lot of the shit that I believe in with the whole being a feminist thing is that a lot of guys just fucking hate women. Like, you can take a look at conservative media, and a lot of them just fucking hate women, you know? And that's not really a policy position so much as it is, like, a broader cultural issue. The abortion stuff's also a big deal.
I'm pro-choice, just to put that out there.
Hog.
I'm not sure. I mean, do I think men wake up every day hating women? I'm not sure I'd agree with that.
Well, it's not. They resent. A lot of them resent women. A lot of them do. The men's rights people do as well. It's like, one of the most common narrative I see from men's rights communities is like that feminists only complain about male privilege, but actually women have more privilege and always have had more privilege, and men have always worked in disposable, expendable. What's the, male disposability is men died in the fields, and women have just sat on lounge chairs and gotten fanned while people brought them lemonade or whatever. There is a lot of resentment there. I think a lot of guys think women have easier lives, which I really don't think they do in most ways, you know, on average.
You know that a lot of famous MRAs, and in fact, my favorite MRA is a woman. A lot of very famous women MRAs, and in the server that I'm in,
Wait,
we
she's
have
not the rational feminist, is she? The
Cassie J.
Cassie. Oh, hold on.
She did the Red Pill documentary, and just so you know, it's not the same Red Pill as you're thinking of. Nothing to do. I kind of don't like that she picked that name. I know why she did pick the name. It's nothing to do with the Red Pill subreddit.
Oh, I don't know anything.
I recommend it.
Cassie.
I recommend it 100%.
She says here she's a feminist. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. It was interesting. She was a feminist who she embarked on a 2-year documentary, the men's rights movement, and initially she was actually expecting to find a misogynistic hate group, and over those 2 years her opinion actually changed, and now she is harassed by many feminists, and she's tried to screen her documentary around the world, and she's had hate and death threats and all kinds of stuff directed towards her.
I have to look more
if anybody wants a 2-hour crash course in the men's rights movement, her documentary is very, very good.
Yeah, is this one of those, like, I didn't leave feminism, feminism left me, like, why I left the left type dealios, or?
No, she's actually very objective with it. She doesn't criticize feminism. She kind of lets different people speak for themselves. I think she still today does not directly identify as a men's rights activist, even though she's basically a men's rights activist.
I just
But no, I think she's pretty fair.
I feel like intersectional feminism just seems to be like the golden bullet to all this, right? Because if you would embrace third wave feminism, the intersectional presupposition, you recognize that all of these gendered biases that hurt women have a sort of equal and opposite effect on men. And I think you can work out from that assumption. Uh, Sometimes it seems like it's like a shit flinging contest over who has it worse, but I don't necessarily know if that's the best approach to take. Big Joel did a review of the Red Pill. Okay, I'll maybe watch that later, and I'll watch the full thing. I don't know. You know what I mean, right?
I would say watch the actual documentary before any review.
I love getting bias. I love getting my well poisoned before I watch politically contentious media. Okay, in all seriousness though, like you've seen enough of my channel and you've seen enough of what I do and who I talk to basically understand the prescriptive judgments that I have when it comes to gender. Like, you understand what I'm going for here, right? You would believe this is like a defensible avenue to take.
If you and I sat down and we went issue by issue, we think is fair, what we think it should be, we would probably agree 95% of the time. I think where we would disagree is the causes of certain issues and the proper prescription for certain issues. But I think in terms of our actual values, what we support, what we think is right and wrong, ideal worlds would look very similar.
Well, what's your ideal I'll let this be a closing question since it's been about 2 hours anyway. What's your ideal masculinity? Like, what do you think of? Yeah, like what's the ideal man, I guess?
I'm very happy you asked that. That was a point when I called Sam Cedar. He pressed me to define what masculinity is. And of course, he interrupted me in the middle of my answer, so I couldn't finish. I started saying, I think masculinity are the social norms placed upon men. And then he cut me off. But I was going to say, but I'm uncomfortable with the idea of defining masculinity because I think it's something that has evolved and shifted over time and varies by culture and varies by religion and varies by nationality. What do I think the ideal masculinity should be? I don't really feel comfortable defining that. I don't think there should be an ideal masculinity. I think there should be an ideal humanity. I think you have tendencies and traits such as honesty, kindness, fairness. I don't think those should be gender traits. So I kind of don't.
So like no gender at all then? Like we should probably get rid of gender and just like expect men and women to fill the same roles? Because I'm a gender abolitionist, so I think like in my mind, like there are some differences between men and women that are biological as we understand them today, like obviously size, womb, penis, vagina, blah blah. But like we also treat them differently. But for me, ideally, like there'd be no difference in how we treat people. There would be no masculinity or femininity. There would just be like a central ideal of human virtue, and people can have whatever personalities or behaviors they like.
I agree. And I would say, like you said, there are some differences. I think if you took 1 million men and 1 million women, yeah, you would see certain traits and certain patterns. But I think a person should be kind of free to do what they want. I mean, obviously not like being a criminal or something. But I don't think
good, fair behavior. Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I think even in like a gender abolished society, like people born with vaginas and wombs would probably stay a little bit more away from construction jobs compared to people with penises and broad shoulders and blah blah. So like there's going to be some statistical difference, but I think like overall, I think that people would be much more free to pursue behaviors and attitudes that that personally appeal to them, Because, for example, I know, like, there are a lot of guys who I feel like are so restricted by their inset understanding of how men should behave. Like, there are things they won't do or say. They don't open up to the people around them. Some of these people, like, barely wash themselves in the shower because they feel weird, like, washing their ass. Like, I know that sounds, like, really stupid, but, like, I don't know, people are crazy. And there are women, I feel like, who are in similar positions. There was a friend who I had in high school, right? Who, like, she was like this dainty Korean girl. she couldn't have people see her eating. Whenever she was eating food, she would cover her mouth. Now, this to me, this is some like 17th century like courtesan, geisha shit. Like that's some insanely like aristocracy, like I don't even know. But that's also like super limiting because the only reason she did that is because there was an understanding of like daintiness that she had to adhere to. And that's crazy to me. And neither of the two people I'm referring to in my head right now would act like that if they weren't told that there were certain things they had to be because of their gender, you know?
I agree with that.
All right. All right, well, okay. Well, I guess we're on the 2-hour mark. Pretty much perfect then. I do appreciate you coming on.
And I appreciate you for having me. I mean, we got a little heated there, but I think that's okay.
All right, I'll feminism pill you in the future.
Oh, this was fantastic. Are you getting on to those two YouTubers? What are they called? Kulinski and Dore, whatever.
That's up next. Yeah. Do you have an opinion on the matter?
No, I don't really follow the whole like influencer, TikTok, YouTube thing. So that kind of stuff's just nonsense to me. So I don't really pay much attention to it.
That's good, and you never should follow it. Okay, you're on the right path, and stay on that path. Okay.
I was talking in the chat before. I thought for a split second when you said Kulinski, I thought you were talking about Richard Kulinski.
Who's the mafia Richard?
He's the Iceman. He was the mafia hitman back in the 80s.
Oh, no, so not at present.
I was thinking, I was gonna say, I wonder what the controversy with the Young Turks is for him because he's been dead since 2006. So that would be an interesting one. But I don't follow that stuff. I think all that YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, whatever. I don't. It's nonsense to me. So
I don't follow the movements of mafia hitmen, but maybe that'll come back to bite me one day.
There's a guy who I would love to get more involved in politics. Do you know Michael Franzese?
I do not know.
It's a great channel. He used to be a capo in the Colombo family. Very smart guy. He had a scheme in the 80s where he was defrauding the government on every tax of gasoline sold. Every dollar of gasoline sold, he was stealing tax on the government. And he set up a scheme where the only victim was the government. He wasn't stealing from any regular people, made millions. He's a YouTube channel. Very, very entertaining. Very, very smart guy. I mean, I don't support that kind of behavior, but yeah, he's just an entertaining guy to watch.
I can give it a look. Thank you very much for coming on again.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Have a wonderful day. All right, we had ourselves a conversation. Yeah. Well, I think I advocated for my positions there. That's horrible. I hated it. I think I like stuff like this. It gives us all an opportunity to stretch out and really really advocate for our beliefs, you know? I'm glad. God. Where were you years ago? You would have blown me the fuck out. Still can't anytime show, you coward. No, with the problem, man, how do I get at this? Dude, this is the problem. How do I... The problem that I have with this is that I know feminists, and I know a lot of them legitimately are just like dumb fuck bitter women who hate men, and they have no underlying political principles whatsoever, and they like make everything worse and horrible and bad. But I don't think they're representative of the broader movement. I just think the problem is that feminism is like the most ill-defined and decentralized ideological movement in like the history of this country. Can somebody explain to me what it means when a person says they're a feminist? That could mean like a trillion things. For fuck's sake, I feel like it's even more meaningless than like the Occupy Wall Street movement's demands. Like, at least with them, you could go over there and get some kind of cohesive argument against like wealth inequality. But when people say they're like a feminist, legit, tell me what the fuck does that mean? Does that mean they believe in equality? Does that mean they think that equality has already been achieved? Does that mean, like, what does that mean? I don't know what it means. You know? That's not to say the broader ideological prescriptions are bad, because they're not. They're good. Um, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. Bro, Vosh, you started as a feminist channel. I mean, I've always been a feminist. But I know what I mean when I say feminist. I'm open about my biases. I'm literally a gender abolitionist. That's what I believe. That's what I believe, you know? The long run, to me, feminism is just a tool to undermine the concept of gender. As far as I'm concerned, I take a critical perspective on this. The only reason gender exists is to segment people into different social roles. If you have the strength to break those roles, the terms become meaningless, you know? There's no point in keeping gender once you get rid of gender roles. Gender roles are gender. It doesn't exist outside of that. The only reason people perform gender or describe their gender or identify with this or with that is because we're all living in boxes. And we try to make them as comfy as we can, but boxes they remain. The roles are the walls of that box. If you break them, there's nothing left to live in, except all of human expression. Sorry, you break down those walls and all you have is the infinite pasture of human art and culture from which to choose and cultivate your personality. And that's pretty cool to me, you know? For the most part, I'm like super, super cool with how I am. Like, it's like gender-wise, like what I am, like, I'm okay being a guy, you know? I'm okay with being the shoe on head, like, just judging from your trad wifing, I have a feeling that even in a gender abolished world, you would have like instinctually gravitated towards everything you do right now anyway. You're so comfortable in your identity, like gender abolished world, and you're like you grow up in that, and you're like, all right, it's dresses, thigh highs, and whatever other girly shit girls like. I don't fucking know. I don't women, yeah, people, yeah. Look, the thing is, I like what I am, like the masculine thing. I like it. I think I pull it off good too. I've never really felt like I've been fighting against social expectations because I've always landed kind of naturally into them after I was like 16 or 17 or whatever, you know? Like, I'm a big guy, I have a deep voice, I'm confident. Okay. People don't really, at least in my day-to-day life, because online the alt-right will call you a soy boy if you look like Hassan, you know, so they'll do whatever. But in real life, I don't really feel like there's agitation between me and expectations made of me. That's called being cis. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. So for me, things lined up all right, you know? But sometimes I think, like, what differences would there be otherwise, you know? Like, here's something I think about, okay? I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, okay? Where my gay bros at in chat? Come on. Who here? Who among us? Okay, now this is something that I've noticed, okay? Like this could just be because I'm a stoic, all right? You know, because I got that stone face, all right? But when I'm fucking a guy in their a boy pussy, I'm like, yeah, you know? But they're losing their mind, you know? They're like, oh! You know, they're losing it. So like maybe if I had grown up without masculine expectations, I would be getting my ass railed and I'd be loving it because they're clearly getting the better end of the stick, literally. And that, like, every time, whenever someone is bottoming and I'm top, which is every time because I only ever top, I'm just standing here and I feel like I'm giving them the time of their life, and I'm just trying to, I'm playing DDR, you know, I'm just trying to keep the pace up, you know, fucking left, right, up, down, hit, like I feel like I'm gaming out right now, you know, but they're like losing their shit. So I wonder, like, maybe if it weren't for the expectations, maybe I would be finding giant 8-foot tall chads to rail my ass like 24/7. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, and I'm fine being me. I'm totally cool being me, and I'm always going to be me. That's not changing. I'm just saying, like, you don't know. You don't know the limitations that have been placed on you because of your own internalized biases as to what you're allowed to be. There's really no way of knowing. If you're introspective, you can think about it and maybe arrive at some reasonable inferences. But beyond that, I mean, who really knows? Like, let me think. Like, what are other things that I would probably be like enjoying more if not for? Let me think. I'm trying to think. Like, yeah, maybe clothes. Women's clothing is better than men's clothing. Maybe if I because like most people aesthetically they think dresses look good on women and like not as good on men, you know, or whatever. Um but maybe if we didn't have those expectations, I'd look cooler in a dress, like in some different set of social expectations. I genuinely don't know, you know. You'd rock a kilt, TBH, yeah, you know, get some air on my cock and balls, yeah. I don't know. No, I genuinely don't know. I just think the only point that I'm trying to get at is that I think that there are ways that we place limits on ourselves without fully understanding how and why. Um, I'm trying to think of another really good example here. Oh, makeup. I don't really wear makeup. I don't think I really want to wear makeup in my face because facial hair. It just seems like it'd be like. Do you do like cheek makeup, but then like it fades out at the hair, or like what? No, I don't know. But with maybe like eyeliner. I think that'd be good. What do you think? Do you think eyeliner? Do you think like maybe, I don't know. Look, you know, something nail polish, I don't know. But the thing is, I have no interest in doing any of these things. But maybe that's because yeah, I grew up thinking us for girls, and in another world where I didn't grow up thinking that, I'd have these and I'd think like, "Oh yeah, this looks great, you know, this feels great." And then I'd do it, you know? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. Try to think other stuff. For the most part, I feel like I'm generally pretty amicable to the things that I enjoy. Like I don't limit myself that much, but I've known guys who really do. Dude, there are guys who legit won't let themselves like moan during sex because it makes them feel like a girl. What are you even doing? There are guys who will have best friends for a decade and never sit them down and tell them how much they mean to them. This is a thing men do. Okay? This is insane. I know they want to say it. I know they want to go in for the bro hug. Like, what is this? Yeah, hug your homies. Do a little homie hug. Get a little homie hug. You know, get in there. Be clear to the people around you. You know. Now, by the way, I want to point out all the people making gay jokes right now are kind of doing it though. You guys are making the problem worse. Because the point is that men should be able to express affection for their close friends without it being a sexual act, and it's explicitly because guys assume it'll be interpreted sexually that they don't do this. Unfortunately, this is exactly what I mean though. It's one of the reasons why I'm also not a big fan of the hypersexualization of femboys. Because what's the lesson there? Yeah, sure, dude, you can wear a dress if you're a guy because it's hot, because I want to fuck you, because it makes you submissive and breedable if you wear a dress when you're a guy, you know? Like, okay. I don't know if that's the full range of the expression that we should be pushing for here, but yeah. Reminds me of people saying Frodo and Sam are totally gay for each other. The only reason I make comments like, okay, so the only reason I make comments like that is because Sam acts gay as fuck, okay? Wait, hold on. Let's not pull back too far, okay? Sam does indeed act gay as fuck, okay? And that's fine. This is a one-way... Now, Frodo may not be gay, I don't know, but Frodo doesn't know, and Sam knows, okay? Sam knows, yeah. Just tune your gaydars appropriately, okay? God. By the way, Vosh, you were trending yesterday. Are you going to talk about it? I was only trending because I responded to a Kyle Kulinski tweet, which, hey, guys, it is now time for us to assemble the information. Okay? It is now time. I want that Twitter video clip of Kyle Kulinski admitting that he's afraid of Jimmy Dore's audience. Okay? Give me that clip and we can work with that. Okay? Wait, that quickly? You all knew I'd ask, didn't you? No, wait, these aren't the clips I'm looking for. Give me the fucking... Anna liked your tweet. Goddamn right she did. Anna Kasparian? More like Anna Bastarian. Thanks, Hyena. Actually, it kind of makes it sound like I'm saying based Aryan, doesn't it? Is it Aryan or Aryan, by the way? Unironically, which one?
Do you really want
Air or R? Air? Aryan always sounded better to me, but to be honest, both of the words just sound kind of awkward, you know? Get me the video clip. Get me the video clip. We're getting in the drama today. Wish Kyle Kulinski didn't tweet so damn much. Hold on. Oh, Kulinski retweeted Paul's ego recently. Interesting. All right, hold on. This? Maybe. Hold on. Nailed it! Thank you very, very much. Stop. Okay, we have tweets there. We've got this tweet. We've got that tweet. We've got this tweet. Hold on. Kyle's a nice boy, not deserve this. Shu, unfortunately, I think he deserves this now. He now deserves this. Sorry. Just wait for my argument. Just hold on. I also need to take a wicked piss. So let me find this last link that I was looking for, and then I'll... Where is that? Here, it's the cat with the... Jimmy Dore. I bet Jimmy Dore's subs are exploding from this. God, I fucking hate Jimmy Dore. Holy shit. Let me take a look. Hold on. Social Blade. Jimmy Dore. Oh, actually, no. His views are exploding, but not his subs. He has a very cult-like community. It's all insular, you know? We have to contain him. Hold on. Yeah, Kyle lost thousands of subs, as he should. I'll get into it, but I'm going to be pretty mean to Kyle here. Sake Tanuki is going to cream his shorts. Where is that damn video? Okay, I'm looking for... Okay, we need one more clip, guys. We need one more clip. Where... maybe I'll find it here. Where is the clip in that weird, like, off-studio live stream or video that Jimmy Dore recorded of him saying that Kyle Kulinski was a gutless coward? Where, he, like, freaks out about Kyle Kulinski and says that he, Here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found it. Okay. We have everything we need. Let me pee and then we'll... Are you liking my fit? Are you liking my... Oh, yeah? You like that? Yeah, we're getting up there, aren't we, huh? Yeah, you fucking mad. Yeah, you're mad. You're mad. How mad are you all? Can you cover actual politics and not useless fucking Twitter drama? Tragically, one of the first things that you learn after engaging in bitter political drama is that this is politics. Tragically. Wait, who said that in chat? I too have chicken legs? I don't have chicken legs. Those were not chicken legs, okay? Jesus. What are you, the fucking power lifter? What's your standard for chicken legs? Try harder. Vosh, please do leg day. Oh my lord. Wait, hold on. Are my legs like... No, those are not chicken legs. Jesus, you people. Like, it's not like I'm squatting 400, but no, those are not chicken legs. Fuck all of you. Jesus. What are you leg pressing? I don't do leg presses. I do calisthenics because of my hurt back. I'm still doing physical therapy. I haven't worked out, like, properly with weights in years. These are completely unexercised legs. I guess, except for going up and down stairs, walking around. Yeah. What happened to your back? It's old memes. Do you do body weight squats? Sometimes as part of the calisthenics. I'm 6 foot, my legs are at least twice as thick as yours. Well, you know what? I've got a thick third leg, okay? Shut the fuck up. What's this clip from Hassan? Let's,
These fucking Jimmy Dore psychopath clowns infesting this fucking stream every day. Is that what you want? Because you keep crying about me getting stunlocked by fucking baboon chatters every fucking day. And now you want, like, those sick freaks.
Okay, this is a good clip and we'll use it in this video segment. Thank you very much. Oh my god, there are so many links that I want to assemble. Okay. Video title, My Thoughts on the Kyle Kulinski Jimmy Dore beef. And it's going to be a beefy one, okay? All right. If you've watched me for any length of time, you probably already know my thoughts on some of the actors involved in this, but there's been a lot of drama in certain sections of the online left over the past few days, and I thought that I would give my extremely needed and very valuable take on it. So here are two people that exist. The first of whom is Kyle Kulinski. Now, I don't agree with Kyle Kulinski on everything, but for the most part, overwhelmingly actually, I think that Kyle Kulinski does good, and I think that he promotes a fairly positive attitude that he acts on in good faith. Now, I don't agree with everything that he says or does, some of his methods, some of his positions, whatever. He's somebody that I generally think favorably of, or at least that I did. Jimmy Dore is a worm. That is all that he is. He does not have any consistent principles or positions. He is a lunatic. He does not seem to believe anything. He will shift spinelessly from position to position, whatever most benefits him. And he constantly stirs drama on the online left with the single goal of disillusionment, pulling people from other communities so they can become part of his insular cult-like community, where a bunch of people get together and watch the stupidest and loudest guy you'll ever find on YouTube give his opinions on stuff. To truncate the beginning of this drama, there was some beef between the Young Turks and Jimmy Dore, based mostly on the fact that Jimmy Dore is a sexual harasser. I have another video on this, and you're free to take a look at it if you want, but yeah, Jimmy Dore harassed sexually Anna Kasparian while they worked together at the Young Turks. Anna Kasparian referred to many instances of sexual harassment in an ongoing creepo project of his. There was some contention over a specific incident, and when this information came to light, Jimmy Dore bragged about it. You can see that in my video as well. It's not just that he, like, did it, it's that it came up years after, and he bragged and laughed about it, and was, like, bragging about how he owned her when he humiliated her in public about how she dressed in the workplace. So, really phenomenal stuff, okay? Anyway, this is all going on. Jimmy Dore's a worm. Nothing changed. Anna Kasparian's getting a huge amount of harassment from Jimmy Dore's fans. Phenomenal, phenomenal. And I covered, this, and then Kyle Kulinski comes out with a video. And Kyle Kulinski gets, like, impugned, he gets dragged into all this, and he didn't want to get involved previously because he's friends with, like, everyone involved. Aaron Mate, who was mad at the Young Turks because one of them accused him of being a Russia stooge, which, hey, by the way, okay, if you're associated with the gray zone, don't you, like, isn't your number one counter-argument accusing other people of being part of the U.S. State Department? Whereas you, like, constantly do everything RT does, Russia Today, and rebroadcast all of their disinfo and make all their talking points. Like, I don't know. It just seems like if you're going to call everyone else a stooge of the CIA, then it's not really that big of a deal for people to call you a stooge for Russia. I don't know. Just my personal opinion, but whatever. Anyway, Kyle Kulinski gets involved. And he releases a video that I also covered on my second channel. Go join. And I was really disappointed with Kyle Kulinski in this video. Wow, I was disappointed with Kyle Kulinski. This is a nearly 2-hour-long video, and some takeaways are as follows. Kyle Kulinski did condemn Jimmy Dore for the sexual harassment, but then spent the rest of the video downplaying and equivocating it. He didn't seem to want to commit to any position that would distance him from the Young Turks or from Jimmy Dore or from Aaron Mate. So he played both sides, basically. But there's a problem. See, Jimmy Dore is a lunatic, and what that means is that you don't get to play both sides with Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore doesn't care about friends, principles, positions, anything like that. He cares about drama. And unfortunately, capitulating to a person who both sides an argument, that's not drama. So Jimmy Dore made a video. And Jimmy Dore, let me see if I can pull it up real quick, actually. Editors, get on it. Jimmy Dore made a video. 250,000 views. Kyle Kulinski omits Anna Kasparian's blackmail of Jimmy Dore from video. Now, this one's really good. Here's an hour-long video, by the way. Now, this one's really, really good, okay? So, one of Jimmy Dore's defenses, after it came to light that he sexually harassed Anna Kasparian, was saying that Anna Kasparian blackmailed him by saying that Anna Kasparian, now that the two of them were on even worse terms, would be forthcoming and open and honest about what a bad person Jimmy Dore is. Does anybody here know what the definition of blackmail is? Some of you do? Wow. Well, that's more people than Jimmy Dore's community seems to have. Because blackmail is not when you say you will be open about a person being bad. If a person rapes you, and you say, "I'm going to tell people you raped me, you rapist," that actually isn't blackmail. But Jimmy Dore, in classic predator fashion, decided to make himself the victim after sexually harassing Anna Kasparian, and has now convinced his massive audience that Anna Kasparian has blackmailed Jimmy Dore. And now he's attacking Kyle Kulinski for not giving air to this blackmail claim. Apparently, Kyle Kulinski, essentially playing defense for Jimmy Dore's predatory tendencies, is actually him covering up Anna Kasparian's secret blackmailing of Jimmy Dore after his sexual harassment. Now, I know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, wow, Jimmy Dore sure is a cancerous individual with absolutely no principles, and there's no reason why anyone would associate with him, right? Right? Well, No. Nah. Kyle Kulinski came out with another video. Capitulating. Like a cuckold. By the way, do you know what one of these quote tweets is? One of the 176 quote tweets here? It's Jimmy Dore. Do you know what Jimmy Dore said? I want someone here. Does anyone here know? Ratioed. He said already ratioed. That is what he said. Not joking. Trying to find it right now. Yep, there it is. Right away. So Jimmy Dore sexually harasses a woman, brags about it. Kyle Kulinski equivocates. Jimmy Dore attacks him for equivocating. Kyle Kulinski apologizes for equivocating, and Jimmy Dore attacks him again. Kyle, we need to talk. This shit's pathetic, dog. Here's a clip from the video that he posted. I don't want sound on that.
This is just what was going on in our minds at the time. Honestly, we were afraid of the argument that would come when we told you, hey, we don't want to have you on. We don't want to have Jank or Anna either, but like, we don't want to have you on. We were very afraid, hey, it's possible when we say this, that he might get really angry and view us as like the enemy. And, you know, that's kind of what happened. He took that as a slight and he viewed it as, you know, now we're the enemy. And
Kyle, you have already betrayed your progressive principles and your left-leaning principles by defending Dore or even not condemning him. And that wasn't enough for him. He isn't your friend. He's not a leftist. He's not a progressive. He's not anything except for a YouTube money aggregate machine. Your perpetual deference to him will bring you nothing but misery. Cut him off. He is not your friend. You made capitulation after capitulation to him, and all he did was attack you over it, and then proceed to make money at your expense, directing his fans against you, lying about you, smearing you, and telling you you hadn't done enough for him. This is classic abusive friend bullshit, okay? He will never stop going after you if there is a penny to be made in it. Ever. If you think you know him better than that, you're wrong. Evidently, I know him better than you do, because the moment all of this happened, while I was covering that video of yours, the week ago or whenever I did that, I said multiple times, you need to cut Jimmy Dore off because this will not end. He will not back off of you. He will grift for drama with you. I called this before it happened, and then it happened, and you should have known that it happened. And I'm not going to make the mistake of pretending that this is entirely Jimmy Dore's fault either, okay? This is kind of on you. You do not cultivate your audience or your community anywhere near well enough, all right? If there are people in your audience who watch Jimmy Dore, those are people who shouldn't be watching you. Any human being who watches Jimmy Dore is a human being who you should be disgusted to have in your audience. If a person walks by Jimmy Dore and does not instantly fall into a series of convulsions, that is a person too spiritually touched to be worth standing next to from you, okay? Cut him off. He is a miserable, disgusting, pathetic lunatic. Listen to this. I ask you, I beg of you, Kyle, listen to this.
Didn't want to have you on as
Here's him talking to another host about this whole drama. Listen to this. Listen to his cadence.
because he didn't want to ask you a question. So I'm just going to ask you the question that he didn't want to ask you. When you were revealing the blackmail attempt by Anna Kasparian,
There was no blackmail,
the term that she
ever.
was dressing inappropriately. In retrospect, do you think that that was the wrong terminology to use in that response?
First of all, before he even talks, or I guess he was jumping at the bit there, I'm really sorry, and I don't necessarily believe in, like, face science here, but he looks like a lunatic, and I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to pretend that he doesn't, okay?
Use in that response.
The only reason I had to talk about that was because she was fucking blackmailing me. And you're gonna nitpick the words that someone who's being in the most sleaziest thing you could do, the thing you can never defend yourself from. You're gonna do. She's gonna weaponize an incident from 7 years ago. That's an obvious, transparent bullshit. She's gonna misuse the #MeToo thing that makes other women not be fucking believed. And the problem Kyle had was that I said she dressed inappropriately when I had to explain what happened. I'm sorry. I don't fucking apologize for that. And what he did was bullshit. And it should what a bullshit thing. I'm not responding to a fucking sleazy blackmail thing properly. I'm not using the proper words. Is that really the accusation? Yes. That was the accusation. And of course, I showed Kyle Kulinski to be a complete full fucking outrage pearl clutcher because he had tweeted it.
Faux outrage pearl clutcher for being against workplace sexual harassment that he later bragged about. See, Kyle, this is the degree of cuckoldry you will need to submit to be Jimmy Dore's friend. You have to be pro-sexual harassment, and you have to pretend that the sexual harassment victims are blackmailing the people engaging in the sexual harassment. This is how far you'll have to go to lick his boots.
Anna Kasparian before, hey, why don't you masturbate on camera? I bet you'd get more live stream viewers. And Anna Kasparian went back, I bet we'd get 6,000. So
what he's referring to right now is a tweet from like 9 years ago that has nothing to do with this. What he's essentially saying is because 2 people made a sexually charged joke, that means that I can sexually harass people. He's referring to a tweet from 2013, I think.
They're all fucking pigs. They're all fucking pigs, and they're trying to slime me, and it's not working.
Yeah, as you mentioned,
I didn't fucking talk about it the right way. I'm getting fucking smeared and in the sleaziest way possible, and I said inappropriate. Oh my God, Jimmy Dore said inappropriate. Did he say inappropriate? You don't want to punch Cenk Uygur in the face for smearing Julian Assange while he's being tortured. You don't want to punch Anna Kasparian in the face for tweeting out a fucking doctored video to smear an award-winning anti-war journalist. You don't want to fucking punch Cenk Uygur in the face for calling Jimmy Dore a neo.
And now, without prompting, he's talking about punching Anna Kasparian in the face while trying to explain how he wasn't in the wrong to sexually harass her.
Nazi. You know, that reveals Kyle for who he is.
He has an obsession with this revealing or calling people out, but I think the only person he's really revealing is here. By the way, really quickly, just in case there are any Jimmy Dore lunatics who are following this and want evidence on the whole blackmailing thing, can everyone kindly take a look at this right here? This is what he's referring to as blackmailing. This is a tweet from Anna Kasparian. I'm sure you remember when you constantly made inappropriate comments about how sexy you found me at work, and even felt the need to ask me where I shop for my jeans so you can buy some for your wife so she dresses better. Not tweet, sorry, DM, my bad. DM, not tweet, sorry. Was followed by an apology card you wrote me for the degrading harassment. I've been holding back, letting you run your mouth nonstop, as if you're some sort of warrior for what's good for the world. That's going to change. Now, can somebody point out the blackmailing to me? Can somebody point out the blackmailing to me? This is what he's referring to, by the way. This isn't blackmailing, it's a threat, and it's a deserved threat. I'm going to tell people how bad you are, okay? This isn't blackmailing. Any Jimmy Dore fan who watches this, if you think this is blackmailing, you need to go run to your nearest door frame, put your head up against the door frame, and then slam the door over and over again until the random physics of your brain cells being slammed from the inside of your skull pan causes you to have a favorable brain arrangement compared to what you have now, okay? Because there is no way that brain damage could make you any worse, all right? Okay? Please, I beg of you. Seriously, that's it. That's it. That's the blackmail. This is what Jimmy Dore was just screaming about, saying that Anna Kasparian should be punched in the face. This is what Jimmy Dore is saying that Kyle Kulinski omitted information on. Kyle, this is the man you're defending. You are not brave for not participating in drama when the drama is one person is a lying, sexually harassing piece of shit, and the other, and the drama is whether or not you side with him or not. You're siding with him, okay? What's that old term? To remain neutral or silent in times of injustice is to stand with the oppressor. This is clear-cut shit. I understand that you're a kind man and that you don't want to back up in your friends, but does Jimmy treat you like a friend? Does Jimmy treat you like a friend?
The thousands because of it. He had to do another video he just dropped today apologizing, trying to explain, and it's worse. So Kyle Kulinski is being revealed right now in this moment. So he did that. He did a totally dishonest, bogus fucking move to try to do a false equivalency because he's on the TYT network and it's all about money for him, I guess, because they're taking dislikes away from his thing. I don't know what Cenk Uyghur's holding over his.
Look at this. It took him nothing. You didn't back him up on sexual harassment that he engaged in. And he's screaming, you're a grifter, you're a liar, you're doing it all for money, you're all bought out, you're paid, you lied about this, you're a cuck. He's a psychopath. Stop. Holy shit.
Head, but it's really making Kyle look like a piece of it right now. I'll tell you that. And everybody's calling. You saw what he did, right? Yes. Are you okay with it?
I have to agree that I found his last video especially very cowardly.
And his own.
I agree, Kyle. I did find that last video of yours very cowardly. I'm inclined to agree with that perspective. Some of you may have noticed that I was trending on Twitter the other day, and that's because I responded to Kyle Kulinski's tweet here, where he cucked out. And I responded, Kyle, Jimmy Dore is a lunatic who will betray every principle you believe he holds if it fuels the drama that grows his channel. He will not stop harassing you unless you betray your principles too and fall in line. Cut him off as you would a tumor. And I was right. And a bunch of people got mad about this. You know who else got mad about it? Jimmy Dore. Because Jimmy Dore retweeted a video accusing me of being a pedophile. Like every other coward who doesn't want to talk to me, rather than address me directly, or any of my positions, or anything that I believe in, he defers to the exact same... Where is it? There it is! Hey! He had to go back to June, too, which means he searched for it. There we go. Because he's every bit as much of a gutless coward as the Nazis who prance around my channel desperate for my time and influence and attention, okay? Kyle, your unwillingness to divorce yourself from him is a negative reflection on you. This is not me canceling you for being associated with a person that I don't like. You are actively worsening yourself and your content by being associated with him. You are a person, and you're becoming a worse person the longer you... This is an intervention, okay? Just cut it out. You're going to lose views. You're going to get a lot of dislikes, and you're going to lose subs. You know why? Because his fans are cultists. They are cultists. They are insane. Every time you talk ill of Jimmy Dore anywhere on the internet, the worst human beings on earth show up to defend him, okay? Every time. They are fucking crazy. They are crazy people, and they follow a crazy man. So stop, okay? Just stop. Just cut it off. Deal with the short-term channel loss. It'll be better for you in the end. Or in the future, some new allegation will come out. Jimmy Dore rapes a kid or something. And then you're like, well, I don't want to get involved in drama or anything, but, you know, this was really bad on Jimmy Dore's part. But on the other hand, Anna Kasparian did tweet out that it was, quote, disgusting of Jimmy Dore to do this. And, you know, that language, I don't like engaging in this kind of e-drama, so I don't really want to weigh in on this. And then Jimmy Dore's going to come after you for not defending him hard enough, okay? Just stop it now, or something else is going to happen. You're going to end up having to contortionist yourself into a tinier box, okay? Okay, that's a bit too much, Vosh. Jimmy Dore retweeted slander accusing me of being a pedophile. I can say whatever I want about Jimmy Dore, actually, in hypotheticals. Thank you very much. Sorry, the line for decorum has actually been shattered, believe it or not. It's already gone. We passed it. It's good. Kyle, be better than him. Please. All right. We did it. Oh, wait, I didn't play the damn clip. Hey, Ryan, edit this in. This is the bonus, okay? Look, Hassan knows too. Hassan knows too.
Do you really want these fucking Jimmy Dore psychopath clowns infesting this fucking stream every day. Is that what you want? Because you keep crying about me getting stun locked by fucking baboon chatters every fucking day. And now you want like those sick freaks to infest this part of the internet.
Based.
A safe place from the moronic, like, Proud Boys are actually more leftist than fucking liberals. Baboons on the internet don't know about this area. They don't know. They don't come here. When they do, we fucking ban them. Okay? Do you want this to look like a fucking crystal ball Kyle Kulinski YouTube comment section? Do you want this chat, this community, to look like a Jimmy Dore video comment section? Is that what you want?
I love it. The thing is, I really don't feel like anyone should have to make arguments against Jimmy Dore because he's intuitively repulsive. You know what I mean? Like, Jimmy Dore fans should have to explain to me why I should take him seriously. Because every video I go on there and he's screeching like a chimpanzee, pulling shit flecks out of his asshole and eating them on screen. And I look at this and I'm like, do I have to argue against that? Are we taking this seriously? Is this a joke? Who likes him? I'm convinced his audience are bot shills or right-wingers. His audience is mostly, it's a particular crowd. It's like what did Dylan Burns say? It's like the Jimmy Dore, Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal, Glenn Greenwald, partisan girl, like pentagram of Satan, you know? And they're basically all people who are totally not bought by Russia, but every single thing they do completely supports Russian geopolitical interests. You know? That's basically like the thing. They all love Assad. They never criticize Putin or Russia. And they all, despite being ostensibly leftist, except Partisan Girl, who's literally friends with Nick Fuentes and Jimmy Dore, they all seem to praise the Republican Party and criticize the Democrat Party, and then advocate for things the Democrat Party wants more than the Republican Party, and blah, blah, blah. Did I say David Duke? I meant David Duke. Whatever I said that wasn't David Duke. David Duke, yeah. Michael Brooks called them the dumb left. Here's my personal position, okay? My personal position, it's not possible to know if any of them are bought out, though Max Blumenthal literally works for the Russian government, working for RT, so, you know, whatever. But it's not actually, like, possible to know who's getting paid for what or whatever. But, like, they all basically just act like enemy agents to the left, like, to us, you know? Putin is a far-right dictator who backs far-right governments. He doesn't back far-left governments, he backs far-right governments. And they all act, like, directly in line with that. But there are also a ton of tankies that do this for China, but I don't think they're getting paid for China, so. Put Jimmy Dore aside, Vosh. You're telling me Cenk and Anna accusing Aaron Mate of working for the Russian Assad government without evidence isn't slander? Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck. All these people, they call everyone they disagree with, like, state agents. They call all of them, like, agents of the State Department. I don't fucking care. Everyone, if you disagree with Aaron Mate, you say anything about Syria or Assad or anything, you will have a fucking army of dumb fucks with 40 IQ running up to accuse you of being paid by the CIA. I don't give a fuck, dude. Literally, all they do is repeat the bottom line from RT. They promote RT propaganda. They do every single thing like broader Russian media promotes and argues for. So I don't care if they get called Russian agents. Why the fuck would I care? They act identically to it anyway. I'll say that people are State Department shills if all they do is act like it. Fucking go for it. If it's like you're like criticizing a person for being in line with that. If you want to get down in the mud and make those comments, then do it. But do not high horse people and call them slanderers for doing it to you when you do it to fucking everyone else, okay? If you want to be down there in the muck, live with it. Live with the consequences, okay? But don't like, oh yeah, you're a CIA shill, you're a State Department shill, you're a FBI shill. Oh, you called me a Russian agent when I work with the Gray Zone, which employs people who are literal Russian agents, and all I do and say promotes Russian agent interests? Whatever happened to civility? Like, I don't fucking care. I don't. These people are disgusting, like, faux leftists, and they're cripplingly, like, destructive to the left anyway, so. Yeah, here's my question, okay? Hey, Aaron Mate, why aren't you getting paid by Russia? They would. If you like, you're doing what they want anyway. Like, why not? You might as well just be an RT agent. Like, what? So you're doing this for free? What? You take the money, idiot. What the fuck are you doing? You're doing the exact shit that they would ask you to do anyway. Jesus, like, why not? You know, Jesus, fuck. The State Department hasn't offered me money because, hey, I don't repeat the State Department fucking talking points. But if I did, then shit, yeah. You go for it too, huh? To be clear, Mate is denying Assad used chemical weapons on Syrian citizens. Aaron Mate defends Assad. Yeah, the dictator, the far-right dictator, Assad, the one who uses chemical weapons on his citizens. That guy, that one? Yeah, they're defending that guy. Remember the stream the other day where we saw Max Blumenthal? And there was a video taken by a photo taken by a journalist of a Syrian citizen using a plastic bag to protect him and his child from the effects of poison gas. And Max Blumenthal took a picture of him in his like kitchen with a plastic bag over his head. He was like, "Yeah, I'm pretending too." Literally the same as like Holocaust victims with their emaciated ribs. And like he takes a picture of him sucking his gut and like, "Yeah, dude, I can be emaciated after the camps are liberated too." Yeah, dude. Like, yeah. Oh, Max Blumenthal would have been pro-Nazi for sure. Because he's just anti-America. Anti-America isn't a real position. It's not a real ideology. You can be anti-America because you're a Nazi. You can be anti-America because you're far left. It doesn't mean anything, you know? From 2 months ago, Dore and Mate basically slandered Ryan Grimm, Elliot Higgins from Bellingcat, etc. I think Bellingcat does take money from the U.S. government, does it? This is a 30-minute video. I don't know. I can't watch it right now. The best part of the central piece of evidence they used to deny is that the OPCW whistleblower said it wasn't sarin gas, it was chlorine gas. They still gassed him. Yeah, isn't chlorine gas still a weapon? I'm pretty sure chlorine gas is still a weapon. Yeah, chlorine gas was used in World War I. Yeah. You know, the war where it was used, and then they were like, hey, let's make this against international law. Yeah, chlorine gas. You mean the thing that, like, lab techs are told not to make because accidentally producing chlorine gas can kill you? Yeah. Mustard gas. Dude, Assad's not that bad. It wasn't sarin gas. It was chlorine gas. Nah, there was... guys, we have a debate on Friday with one of those lunatics. All the information will come to light then. It's going to be very embarrassing for him. It's one of these, like, yeah, we do a little bit of war crimes. You know, a little bit. It's one of those, like, wannabe Jimmy Dore types or Aaron Mate types or whatever. What's that kid's name? We're gonna have him on once, and he's gonna be very sad, and he's gonna tweet about me for the rest of his life. Jackson Hinkle. This guy called me a pedophile in his live stream, and then he challenged me to a debate, and I was like, hey, I looked at your live stream, and you said, like, 48 incredibly stupid things here. And then he was like, no, I don't want to talk about those. I only want to talk about the OPCW report. And I was like, so you made a bunch of claims in your stream, and you're only willing to defend this very specific one, not any of the other shit, only this specific one, because you know you're wrong on all the rest of it. And he was like, yeah, I just want to debate the OPCW. So now we're just going to debate the OPCW report, and I'm going to call him a pedophile. All right. Wait, is he live right now? With 2 viewers on Twitter. Oh, now there are 7 viewers because you guys are jumping onto his Twitter thing.
And they're also linked in the description of this live stream.
Live. Vosh debate on Duma, Syria, OPCW cover-up announcement. Here's the real thing that I want to talk about with him on this. He has more YouTube views, not just Twitter. The thing that I really... Now he's shilling his Patreon. The thing that I really want to talk to them about, though, is like, why the fuck are people who are pretending to be leftists still talking about this months later? Duma happened in 2018. Why would you not... Like, if you're anti-imperialism... Why would you not just say, hey, regardless of how horrible Assad is, America shouldn't invade Syria? That's my position! They're literally like, oh, hey, yeah, we know that there have been 27 confirmed cases of Assad gassing his own citizens, but we think the 28th one was actually a false flag that the U.S. did to prompt boots-on-the-ground military action in Syria. But then they got away with the false flag that everyone else agreed with and believed, and then they bombed, like, an empty parking lot and never did an invasion. And that was actually their big plan. back in 2018, that false flag they got away with. But now, in order to unveil the plot that already happened and took place, we have to disprove this one chemical weapon attack. Well, the other ones did happen, but this one didn't happen. And like, yeah. Wasn't that guy saying you were smearing him in his DMs? How does smearing someone their DMs work exactly? I want to be clear that I really do think these people are like scum of the earth, and that it's only through moral luck that they're not neo-Nazis. I actually want... the thing that I'm planning on doing to spice up the conversation on Friday is I think I'm actually going to have a tally, and I'm going to say, like, we can talk about the OPCW report, but anytime you give me a conspiracy argument that Nazis used to explain away the Holocaust, I'm going to add a little check mark here, okay? That's what I'm going to do. Because anytime I'm going to get a, like, oh, actually, like, all this info is fake and the media covered it up, I'm going to add a little check. Every time I get a, like, oh, well, these people, like, it's like any, check, like that kind of stuff. That's what I want to do. I really do think these people are, like, internally indistinguishable from Nazis in terms of their thought processes. The complete lack of an adherence to empirical thought, you know? Better read that report. These people are 9/11 truthers. Hey, want to know what the nice thing about being a public figure is? I talk shit about Aaron Mate, I exhale, and I get all the experts in the world giving me all the info. All the info there is, okay? I breathe, and everyone in the world, okay? They come forward, and they give me everything there is to know. This is my power. Why are there 900 people watching the Twitter stream? Can you stop? Can all you stop bolstering our political enemies? Jesus. Yeah, that's my fault. Just bring them on now. No, we got to do till Friday. I need to read up more on this stuff. I literally just emailed you 10 wiki articles on chemical attacks in Syria. You don't understand. They're all false flags. We can't prove it yet, but it'll come to light soon, okay? Literally every one of these people is scum. What is this? Before we get to the creepy child grooming receipts, Richard Medhurst first got on our radar after boosting a pro-Assad Syrian who works for the anti... All right, here's my new take. This is, by the way, this is fact. Everybody who defends Assad is a rapist. It's true. Yeah, it's a complete fact. If you've ever defended Assad, you're a rapist. You've raped somebody. Even Kyle? Oh, shit. Kyle has defended Assad, hasn't he? Where's that? You know that React image of the crying black guy in the hat with the gun at the camera, and he's like, you know? Yeah. Do you still like Kyle? I cannot like Kyle until he does something about Jimmy Dore. I have no respect for people who will capitulate like this, especially since Jimmy Dore is basically just a reactionary at this point, like reactionary, like right-winger. If you, like, capitulating does nothing but legitimize him. Kyle Kulinski has done more for the left than Jimmy Dore could ever have claimed to with the Justice Dem shit. But, yeah. The statement that you would need preparation to do well against Jackson Hinkle is a Pepe laugh moment. No. Any conspiracy theorist. It's really tough with any conspiracy theorist. Even the most insane conspiracy theories like Flat Earth, they'll actually just, like, empty a fuck ton of, like, crazy shit on you that you need to be prepared for, you know? Once you're in the realm of conspiracy and you're no longer working with, like, verifiable information, you have to, like, you need to know so much shit to be able to counter them, you know? But that's the case for, like, any conspiracy. It's not a testament to Jackson Hinkle's abilities or anything. They're all like that. Kyle is just anti-interventionist. He doesn't think Assad is innocent. Nah, Kyle agreed with Aaron Mate and said the OPCW report means the whole gas thing was completely bullshit. No. Why can't we just be anti-interventionist without, like, implicitly, like, ignoring Assad's crimes against his own population? Like, what? It's not hard. Like, that's a doable thing. It's a thing you can do if you want. At least Mike from PA advocates for electoralism and generally has the right to get about broad issues. Okay, we need to understand, like, different, like, tier levels, okay? Mike from PA is an insufferable cunt, but in terms of his politics, he is, like, miles above all of these Glenn Greenwald, Aaron Mate, Jimmy Dore types, okay? Seriously, and like unbelievably so. I think that Mike from PA, am I his mom? Michael. I think that Michael from PA is like an incredibly insufferable dude. But if I were to like take away the personality and just get the political takes, I'm gonna agree with like 95% of them, I think, for the most part. Like, you know, if you get like Jimmy Dore, I legitimately think that like Jimmy Dore, Aaron Mate, and Glenn Greenwald and all those types would like see people to death camps. I do. I really do think that they have completely horseshoed themselves around into being permissive of the most insane far right ideas as long as they're anti-American. Yeah. Michael from PA is a pretty good one though. I bet that'd piss him off if I did it too. When you and Mike were on that one panel, you basically agreed on everything, Lamau. Yeah. Because like again, insufferability aside, like insufferable people with good politics are much less damaging to the world than sleek people with bad politics. So how are we doing? Jimmy Dore is anti-American. I want to be clear about something, okay? There are two kinds of being anti-American, all right? There's the kind of being anti-American that I am. I'm anti-American because I'm disappointed in this country for not fulfilling its base promises. I'm anti-American because I believe that Americanism, this country, this nation, is a construct that people invoke in the name of doing terrible things often. I'm anti-American because I'm pro-American people. I'm anti-American because this nation state contains within it political structures that make life worse for people. That's what I mean when I say I'm anti-American. Okay? That's what I mean. I'm not a patriot. I don't like nationalism. I'm anti-American because I don't like those things. There are people who are anti-American in that they're engaging in the same kind of partisan nationalist hackery that I reject, just from the other side. And you get no points for that. If you're anti-American just because you like Assad, or because you like Iran, or because you like China, or because you like Russia, that doesn't mean you're anti-American in the way that I'm anti-American, okay? It's like the difference between being anti-Israel because it's an apartheid-ridden ethno-state and being anti-Israel because you're anti-Semitic. Just because you're against America doesn't mean you're doing it for the right reasons. I'm anti-America because I'm a leftist. But people like Jimmy Dore, Max Blumenthal, the Aaron Mate, I think they're anti-America just because they're aligned with a different set of geopolitical interests. They just don't like America. Same with the Tengis in China or whatever. Not that they're better, not that their politics are better. Their politics are often worse somehow than default politics in America. You're anti-American in that you want to improve America, but you'll never support Russia or China right as they are currently. I want Russia and China to get better, but I'm not going to support Russia or China in a geopolitical war against the United States. China and Russia are both further to the right than the United States. Like, objectively. Like, Russia is objectively a very far-right country by basically every metric imaginable, and China is a terrifying, totalitarian, Black Mirror-esque nightmare state. It's like, again, America fucking sucks, dude, but hey, our population's fairly progressive, and I can criticize the government without getting arrested. I'll take that. And China? You go to China, you can't criticize China anymore. Sorry. Jabberman314, the evidence that Assad uses chemical weapons against his population is extensive and not even contested, like, broadly. Also, it takes, like, nothing to make mustard gas. Can't you literally make mustard gas with, like, one trip to your local, like, Lowe's or Home Depot and, like, a couple hours at home? I'm pretty sure like chlorine gas is something that's incredibly easy to produce under any yeah. Ammonia and bleach. Yeah. Like you can create chemical weapons very, very easily. Yeah. What are we talking about today? What about that one time you said Dems do better to push socialism than actual socialists in the online left? Does that contradict what you said about said it all rather than having bad people with good politics? Dems have good politics relative to the country as it is today. Maybe if the country was already like a far left social democracy and the arguments were between Dems and socialists, then they would be relatively speaking on the right. But today they are pushing to make the country better. I've said they're more productive because Dems actually tend to have realistic goals they push towards. Like they'll focus on politicians or policies they like. Lefties online, especially, like socialists, are like insanely counterproductive with how they push for stuff. I like their ideas better, but the way they push for them sometimes is so counterproductive. I think the reason why people like Dore sim for Russia is because they have single-payer healthcare. Does Russia actually have single-payer? Because I'm pretty sure that's not true. Isn't it, No, it's a public option. No, they don't. Guys, single-payer means no private healthcare. Single-payer means no private healthcare. A public option means that there's a publicly available medical healthcare system that everyone can take, but there's also private. Biden, that's what Biden wants. Healthcare in Russia is free to all residents through a compulsory state health insurance program. However, the public healthcare system has faced much criticism due to poor organizational structure, lack of funds, outdated medical equipment, and poorly paid staff. Therefore, many people choose the private medical treatment, which is much better. Okay, this is not a good system. Underfunded public option. This is worse than what Biden was proposing, okay? Did I see the Daily Stormer coming to Jimmy Dore's defense? Why wouldn't they? Look up Russian hospitals, they're garbage, yeah. No, single payer means only a government insurance. The care itself is private. The care can be from anything. The health care, however, there only needs to be there can't be I mean with insurance, there can't be a private insurance option. Are you saying there's no private insurance options in Russia? They just go to private venues? Hold on. Let me see. Wait, no. Hold on. If it's wait, hold on. If it's Medicare for all and there's only a government healthcare plan, but that only covers you if you go to public institutions, isn't that basically just the same as having a public option? Because the only way that you would get the preferable private care is by going off insurance, which is basically like no insurance being the desirable alternative to the government insurance. Yeah, this seems like public option, but with like one removed step. The overall health of the Russian working population is rather low due to high mortality rate, a high prevalence of major non-communicable diseases, harmful working conditions. Jesus. Main national characteristic of the occupational health in Russia, only fatal accidents gets officially registered. Holy fuck! If you get in a workplace accident in Russia, it doesn't get registered unless it's literally fatal? What the fuck? After the end of the Soviet Union, Russian healthcare became composed of state and private systems. Drastic cuts in funding to the state-run healthcare system brought declines in the quality of healthcare it provided. This made pricier private facilities competitive by marketing themselves, providing better healthcare. So, is there a private healthcare system, or is it just private venues that aren't covered by the public healthcare system? Russia private health insurance. Guide to getting health insurance in Russia. The price of private health insurance in Russia varies. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a public option. Yeah, there are private health insurance systems. And it seems like the publicly offered health insurance system doesn't allow you to use private venues, because if that was the case, then nobody would go to a private health. Yeah, okay, all right. All right, okay. Now we know. God bless America. I say, can you say? Nice, Pushy Soda. By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we watched. You're a day late? Yeah, well, that's because I'm a contrarian. What's up? How was your 4th? I painted a miniature. That's what I did. How does TYT keep finding these people? Yeah, dude, the people at the Young Turks, I feel like I feel like they have a pretty bad track record with getting a lot of bad people out of their organization, you know? See miniature now. I guess I only showed it off at the beginning of the stream. It's a work in progress, and I should have thinned my paints more, especially with the... Hold on. Come on. There we go. I don't know how well this shows, but I do have a little bit of dry brushing on the red. Do you see that? The orange flare? Now, of course, this isn't nearly done, but... And we have the... I really like the metal grates on the back. I feel like I did a good job painting the... I have a wobbly hand, so it's really tough for me to do this stuff, but... Of course, we're nowhere near done. I mean, it's plenty of work left to be done, but, you know. Are you going to paint it like it is in the box? More or less. This is not even close to being done. It's also the first model I've painted in a while, so... It looks good, you're just hypercritical? Yeah. You pick the hardest army to paint? Yeah, the Adeptus Mechanicus are tough. What is Warhammer? A thing. It is a thing. Can you buy those things painted? Like on eBay, sure. But the point is to construct them yourselves. It's an art thing. And it's considered to be like a great testament of your artistic talent if you can bring painted models to tourney. Or like to games, you know? Yeah, they're very pricey painted because it takes a while to paint them. Yeah, nerd cult. Is Russian healthcare better than US healthcare? Doesn't seem like it. What kind of paint? It's acrylic. Maybe bug eyes. I'm suddenly feeling quite tired. I didn't actually have a full meal before stream. No, we need to read donos. We have to stick around for a bit longer. Why are there so many fascists in the 40K community? It's pretty anti-fascist. A lot of people worship the Imperium. One of the things that's always bothered me is that, like, the Imperium of Man, that not only are they not the good guys, they're, like, obviously not the good guys. Like, can I talk about lore with you guys for a bit, just because it's been on my mind? We can make a segment out of it, okay? Okay. There are some guys who don't want me to talk about this, but, like, I want to talk to you a little bit about the Imperium of Man, okay? Warhammer 40K or Warhammer 40,000 is like a long-running tabletop game, and it describes a great big galactic battlefield where a bunch of alien races are closing in from all sides to, like, destroy humanity, you know? You've got, like, big bug, like, hive creatures from another galaxy that are coming in from the side. You've got Necrons that are like these ancient Egyptian tomb cultists, you know? You've got the Eldar, you've got Chaos Gods, you've got Orcs, there's so much stuff in like the Imperium of, in Warhammer 40,000, right? But I guess people consider them to be like the perspective characters of Warhammer 40K. It's the Imperium of Man. And the Imperium of Man is humanity. And humanity has 1 million worlds out across the galaxy. 1,000 worlds. And it's like this great big, like, feudal galactic empire. Because when the empire gets this big, you can't have everyone watching the same TV shows anymore. Basically, it's like governors will control this world and another governor will control that world, and there are subsections, and sometimes entire planets are lost as bureaucracy gets shuffled around, or maybe there's like a hub world that does like the calculations on rations to be distributed, and that world gets blown up by a chaos invasion, so records of the existence of an entire subgroup get lost. And basically it's like, imagine all the chaos and despotism and tyranny of warfare magnified to the highest possible extent, and you have like the glorious, terrifying hamminess of Warhammer 40,000, So it's a mess. It is a big, big mess. In Warhammer 40K, there are planets with tens of billions of humans. There are big planets where they're hive worlds, where they build structures for humans to live in into the crust of the world, so many tens of billions of humans can live there, and the entire planet is a factory. There are entire factory worlds that exist. You're born, and at 12 you get sent to the local factory, and you work until you die, and by the time you die, more men come to replace you, and your life is literally just lubricant to a grind shaft where you're just born out from birth to death to produce war machine for the greater like galactic army. There are trillions and trillions of soldiers that need ammunition and food and energy and ships and tanks and artillery and nuclear armaments. And so, look, this is the scale of the world that I'm talking about, okay? This is the Imperium of Man, okay? So there are cultists that live in the Imperium of Man, and they bring chaos, and chaos is basically just hell. So they're cultists to Satan, okay? The 4 Satans, all right? And sometimes these cultists gain so much influence on a planet that the Adeptus Astartes and the Inquisitorium, basically the space police, are like, you know what? We're not doing this anymore. We're enacting an order exterminatus. Burn the planet from orbit. Sometimes they're like, you know what? We could do an investigation on this planet. We could purge the cultists, but know what? The 10 billion people who live here and their factory world, we're actually just going to fire orbital cannons until the temperature of the atmosphere rises so nothing can survive. We will decimate the surface of this world, which has been an Imperium core planet for millennia, until there is nothing left but irradiated wasteland, okay? That's the Imperium of Man. That's the scale we're operating on, okay? And the thing is, and all of this, and this is, by the way, this is glorious sci-fi, okay? Reading this, experiencing this, like I've been in the Imperium of Man. All of this stuff, this is so cool. One of the things that the Warhammer universe has done better than like anything else ever is scale. Nothing quite tops the scale of Warhammer 40K. I mean, just everything is so big. The factory worlds are just big. They're huge. The whole planet could be a single factory. Everything has this like cathedral vibe. Look at this. Here's okay. Here, wait. I'm gonna zoom in. Here, we're gonna hold on. I want the reveal to be appropriately done here. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Okay. This right here, what you're looking at right here. Okay. This is like factory. Okay, this is a big factory. Do you see this, like, the stretch of factory going off into the distance? Okay, this is pretty big, right? I mean, these buildings dwarf the humans that would be working within them. Okay, it's a bit low res. That's because we're zoomed in. Here's a cathedral. Glory be to the Emperor. And this is just what Warhammer's like. It's just like, yeah, this is just what it's like, you know?
Toss a coin.
It's just the whole planet. Yeah, here. This is Mars. I'm pretty sure. Is this Mars? No, that's not. Wait, is this Mars? Major forge worlds of the Imperium. Is this a picture of Mars? Lore nerds, confirm or deny. This can't be Mars. There's another planet in close orbit. Well, here's the planet. Okay, I'm talking. No, that's not Mars. It's a planet, and you can see it from space. Okay, it's very, very big. I'm getting lost here. I like Warhammer 40K a lot, but the thing that bothers me is that a lot of people act like the Imperium of Man is good. And it's super, super duper not. The basic premise is that humanity was led through its golden age by the Emperor, who was basically like a living god. But since then, as a product of betrayal, the Emperor now lies in a state of what is essentially death, his psychic presence defending humanity in hell long after his passing. And in the absence of the Emperor, things have gone, like, worse. Basically, the Emperor was like an edgy atheist fedora tipper, and he was like, no god but humanity, worship nothing, we all must defend ourselves. But now that he's not around to police anymore, everyone worships him like a god, and now there are inquisitors who will kill you if you aren't sufficiently loyal. There was a really, really funny quote from the book that I'm reading, from the first of the Eisenhorn trilogy, where the Inquisitor, who is the protagonist, basically think like SS, like secret police, was having a conversation with a woman, and the woman was like reading out loud a segment from a text, and the line was, her impression of the Emperor's voice was almost heretical. As in, like, the way she talked about him bordered on him having a legal obligation to arrest, torture, and kill her. Like, that's the level. The entirety of the Imperium of Man is like an insane police state. And there's so many worlds and so much to do and so much to say, but some people act like the Imperium of Man is like this glorious testament to human achievement, but it actually kind of sucks. Like, if you actually read the lore, not only is the Imperium of Man bloated and inefficient, it's also monstrous. Like, there are slavers. The government will take slaves and mind wash and torture people and rebuild them robotically to use them as servitors. Like mutant machine men who hobble after you, fulfilling the mechanical responsibilities of your, of your office. The entire worlds can be lost due to treason or heresy or bureaucratic mismanagement. And, like, humanity's kind of creepy, too. Can I find this segment from where's that Mandalore gaming video? We're borrowing content right now. Mandalore Gaming is in addition to being one of my favorite game reviewers, is also a big Warhammer 40K simp, which is good because it's Pog. Hold on. Here we go, visuals. Let me see if I can... This is him reviewing a 40K game. Let me see if I can...
First, let's start with the visuals. Space Hulk is already technically impressive, but it's being backed up by some fantastic art direction. The stupid scale of 40K is all here, but there's also a sharp attention to minor detail. Because they are massive ships, but they still give you that sense of being lived in.
Give me that.
For example, you could find a guardsman armory with some of their equipment still there, or something like a study room in a library, or even a small officer's room. Which isn't crazy by itself, but then you get to these massive rooms, and it's like, oh, the level of detail hasn't dropped at all. I've seen big cities and outdoor areas in games, but nothing like this. At the time of this video, Darktide isn't out yet, but I don't know. This is by far the best looking 40K game I've played. The environments have a good amount of variety too, because yeah, you do have Spaceship Church and it looks awesome, but a Space Hulk is a bunch of different ships, so it's not all cathedrals and World of Warcraft login screens.
What game is this? This is a Space Hulk Deathwing. Just hold on.
Well, Mechanicus ship is way more angular and looks like it was built for efficiency. You still have the religious icons on occasion, but it's definitely different. The Rogue Trader ship is even more extreme. No focus on worship, just exotic cargo and effects of the I do what I want contract. So more Age of Discovery rather than more space temples. Each of these maps are huge too, so there's a lot to see. I have played other games where Gothic architecture merges into sci-fi elements, but none do it as good as this. You can walk from a castle dungeon into a reactor, and it's seamless. The levels aren't jarring or seem stitched together.
Is he gonna say
they
the
also
thing?
remember that humanity isn't really the hero of
Yes.
this setting, but creepy. Quake 4 body horror creepy. Which is great. Some 40k games gloss over how bizarre humanity is. In this game, they put that front and center. All the creatures, the equipment, and weapons, they all look fantastic.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I like to see. Because a lot of people treat the Imperium of Man like there's some kind of like morally upstanding, perfect space empire valiantly defending to their last breath themselves against an alien onslaught. But like, nah, dude, humanity's creepy as shit in the future. They're like insane fascist dictators with an obscene... The degree of like religious fanaticism in the Imperium of Man has gone well beyond like cool worship of the living God and has moved now to like cultural insanity. It's just, I don't know. It's just, yeah, that bit just, I like it a lot. The soldiers are not even human, they're mutants. Yeah, servitors are like, it's not good, guys. It's not good. The whole servitor thing, it's not good. We shouldn't do it. Oftentimes, servitors are like heretics or people who committed a crime who are captured, interrogated, tortured, mind-wiped, fitted with mechanical prosthetics, and then after being lobotomized, they're used as like mechano slaves that follow you along and die first in combat. That's pretty much what they do. That's their job. No, it's not good. Aren't there human merc factions that are better? I mean, depending on what game you're playing, there's a lot of directions you can take this. But like, I look up Servitor online, I'm just finding the miniature models. But yeah, it's not good, folks. It's just it's not okay. It's not okay, and somebody should say it. Okay? Gotta point that out. Counterpoint, Warhammer 40k is a universe in which fascism is right. Humanity cannot peacefully coexist with Tyranid or Chaos Gods or Dark Eldar or Orcs or... Well, hold on. See, that's the problem. You don't have to be fascist to fight against the omnicidal Chaos Gods or Orcs or whatever. The point is, anytime you read into the lore, often the Imperium of Man will be so insane that they will hurt themselves. For example, the Imperium of Man, by edict, not only do they not work with aliens, but it's heretical to work with aliens. Xeno scum. So, even though a diplomatic Imperium of Man could probably find work to do with the Eldar or the Tau, you know? And I think even in some cases, they've even had shared enemies against the Necron, okay? They don't. They will, not only do they not, they will continue to fight on principle wars against entities they would otherwise get along with. They'll purge their own good people for having even the hint of a taint of heretical influence. They will destroy entire army battalions because it's simpler than investigating like chaos taint within them. The point is that the authoritarianism within the Imperium of Man makes them inefficient, you know? It makes them less efficient. They are broken, divided, distrustful, and fucking insane, you know? Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah. Not to mention all the horrific stuff they do. This is a good read to emphasize what the Imperium is willing to do just to make somebody better at murder. Oh no, what is this lore? I don't know all the lore. There's so much lore. Who is actually good in the story? There are individuals that are good, but the point of the story is that everyone is circling the drain towards some miserable, like, end of the universe scenario, you know? The Eversur Temple is one of the temples that make up the Officio Assassinatorium. Whereas other temples produce assassins who specialize in stealth and subtlety, Eversor assassins are berserk killing machines trained to wipe out entire command hierarchies or heretic families in spectacular fashion. And then the rest of this article is about all the torture and brainwashing they do to these people. All right. Well, you know. So basically 40k is anti-war. If there's any real like message to be taken from 40k, I think it's that war and conflict are inhumane. Like, I really think that's it, you know? Like, is there anything better to take from this? Because even like the glorious victories that they celebrate are marked by equally devastating losses, you know? Yeah, how bad conflict is as a concept. Could there be a socialist faction that dissents in Warhammer 40k? I don't think you understand what happens to dissenting factions of humanity in the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k. I need to be very, very clear, okay? Let me be perfectly clear about this, okay? I want to explain to you what would happen, okay? So, okay, first of all, let's say that you have a colonial government and there's like a group of like unionists, union organizers, okay, on a factory world, okay? First of all, you are not just union organizers, okay? You are blighted, heretical, anti-imperium, Xenos enabling scum who are probably tainted by chaos and are doing nothing but halting humanity in their noble quest of providing war machines for the war effort for the Adeptus Astartes and the Astra Militarum, okay? And then, if for some reason the union efforts grow large enough that they start to be able to make real demands of the colonial government, like, say, for example, a general strike, one of two things will happen, okay? There are really only two possible outcomes here. The first one is that your movement can be contained, in which case, without any evacuation, a detachment of Imperial Guard troopers will be sent down to the city that you operate in, and they will turn every city block that you have ever lived in into a blood-stained war zone. They will literally send hundreds of thousands of men down to conquer and annihilate every trace of your heretical unionist impulse, okay? And that's if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, they decide the planet's not worth it anymore, and you get nuked from orbit. Okay, that's what that's the socialist offspring. You know, the socialist who try to separate yourself. That's not necessarily true. If you're a Space Marine home planet, they might not completely wipe you out if the chapter that steals your children offends the Inquisition. The Space Wolves at one point tried to save a population of people from the Inquisition. Yeah, if you're a Space Marine, you can get away with a little more. Space Marines, there are like, what, 1 million of them? Of hundreds of trillions of humans? Yeah, sure, they get away with a little more. If you're a regular old human, though, they will just kill you, okay? They will kill... Not only will they kill you, they will send Inquisitors to shoot you in the head, and then they will meet your corpse spirit in the warp with their psychers, and they will torture your ghost spirit, okay? A regular human life has no value to them. Absolutely zero value to them. Yeah. They will! Who hears Red 40k lore? They will. They'll do that. Yeah, 100% they'll do that. Like effortlessly. They'll do it for fun. Yeah. Dude, the warp is so much fun in 40k. I can't get into it, yeah. They will throw trillions of guardsmen into a fucking meat grinder. Does anyone know the lore? What was that, Adeptus Astarte? What was that Astarte? No, the Astari... What was that Imperial Guard commander who was trying to hold a fortress, city on that snow-ridden planet? And they had, like, mines all about the place? So they, So rather than send their troops out to cover the minefield territory, they sent like civilians out. What was the name of that guy? It was, I remember that was, I don't know if they retconned that, but it was a big thing in the lore. The guy had a huge fortress city that they were trying to fight for the rest of the planet, and he was like, yeah, I've got like 3 billion Imperial Guardsmen here, but we also have women and children, and they can't carry guns, so hey, guess who's setting those mines off? And he ended up getting like a bunch of medals because he like won the battle with minimal losses. Yeah. If you had to exist in this world, what faction would you want to live under? If I had to exist in this world, I would just hope that I was born to a wealthy family on an Imperial core planet, okay? That's what I want, okay? Because if you're on like a border world, you're fucked. Even if you're on like a major interior core world, you're probably fucked unless you're royalty. And then you'd better hope, by the way, that none of the royalty that you live with are chaos corrupted, okay? Because if you're gonna die too. If they are, they'll shoot you too. Yeah, orcs are the only ones having fun. They're all like mushrooms, you know? All I know is that I don't want to be a psyker, okay? Sheesh. Oh boy, I don't want to be a psyker. Being a magic user is the most cucked shit in the universe. In the Imperium. Basically, like, all magic is activated by tapping into hell. And the more magic you use, the closer you get to hell, and all the demons on the other side of the portal that you're using start looking at you, and you look real tasty to them. It's really, really common for people who can use magic in 40k to just fucking die because they cast a spell and there just happened to be a demon on their end of the alternate reality in the warp. Whoops. Just sorry. Oops. They're basically just like cattle to the slaughter. In the first book of the Eisenhorn trilogy, they do a seance to try to speak with the spirit of one dead man. It took them 30 psychers. 30, what were they? They were part of the Astronomicon? No, the Astorium? They were high-ranking magic users, and they were all necessary for the seance, and like half of them ended up dying. The Astra Telepathica, thank you. And half of them ended up dying just because they like facilitated the seance, you know? Sheesh. Also, they all look like really unhealthy. So the only way to take down the Imperium is basically being Omni-Man. I'm pretty sure a Primarch could fucking kill Omni-Man. Right? I'm pretty sure the Primarchs can do whatever they want, right? Maybe? Possibly. The Primarchs are pretty strong. Yeah. But can they kill Goku? I don't know. They could just send them all to hell, right? They're strong, not Superman strong. I'm pretty sure there was a guy who moved a planet, but I think that got retconned, you know? Can the Imperium beat Gold Experience Requiem? Who knows? Goku has been to hell? Yeah, maybe. Dude, the warp is sick, though. The warp is like a parallel universe. The Immaterium. It's a parallel universe that's made up of the conscious thought and emotional energies of sentient beings in the real universe. And going through there is how creatures achieve faster than light travel. So anytime humanity wants to travel from one system to another quickly, they have to go through hell. And they have to hope that their anti-hell force field is working. Tell chat what a Space Hulk is? I feel like I could just get Mandalore. Again, I feel like Mandalore knows far more. Hold on.
Or creepy. What is a Space Hulk anyway? Well, in the real world, it's a tactical board game that came out in 1989. It got 2 more editions after that, but I won't get into it. Mostly because they don't have like a Viking feast table to fit it on, but the lore is very simple, so this won't take long. You know how sci-fi settings have FTL travel in different ship goes fast ways? Well, in 40k, the human ships tunnel shortcuts. Through hell. These ships are old, and sometimes the anti-Satan field stops working. They can be lost for hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. On occasion, they collide with other ships, or the warp spits them out in the same spot, and they become giant hellish dust bunnies. This is our Space Hulk, a giant ball of spaceship stuff that just happens to show up every once in a while. It could have lost technology, relics, who knows what's inside. But it has been in hell, so probably demons or aliens have laid eggs in it. It's usually going to be Tyranids, they're hard to get rid of. So when one does pop up, the Space Marines do too. And the fattest, biggest armor they have that can actually fit in a hallway. It keeps them slow, clumsy, and vulnerable to ambush. So off you go to find some stuff.
God, I love that. Alright. I feel like we've discussed a lot of lords. Become a 40k channel? Nah, that's okay. As much fun as I have. Though I will say that an anomalous number of people are continuing to watch me in spite of the fact that I'm rambling about some nerd shit. We haven't even scratched the surface. Oh no, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface. Yeah, I bet you can, Shu. Talk about the Death Core? Yeah. There's so much to get from 40K. Any recommended starting points? Dude, I don't know. I don't even know much shit about the lore. You gotta ask other people. I like painting the miniatures. That's my shit. I've played the game, you know? The Horus Heresy series is good, and I mean, the Eisenhorn trilogy is good too, though it kind of assumes that you know a little bit going in. Just Google terms if you don't know them. It'll only happen like a dozen times over the whole book. It'll be fine. Yeah. Should 40K be live action or anime? Please do not make a live action 40K. Please, God. Please don't ever do it. Just it's not gonna be good. Yeah, it'd be trash. Yeah, I think the thing that I like most about it is just the disorganization, you know? So often, like, fascist governments are portrayed as, like, highly organized and efficient, but they're not in human society, and it's not in there. Wait, Eisenhorn is becoming live action via Amazon? Wait! No way! Serious? From the books that I'm reading? The creator of Man in the High Castle is bringing Warhammer 40K to live action. Oh no. Grimdark Future, the 41st Millennium, is coming to live action television for the first time. Is this bad? Look, I will say this much. If there's any Warhammer 40K story I would want adapted to live action, this would be it, I think. This would now they're still going to fuck it up. But this would be it because it focuses on the Inquisitorium, which is a like relatively lower power level. The thing that I don't want to see is awful CGI like Titans fighting other Titans on a planet. I don't want to see like CGI Primarchs punching orcs through the stratosphere, okay? Because it's going to look bad and I'm not going to like it. But if it's like dudes in sick Inquisitorium armor torturing people and it's like a gritty like police investigation thriller, I think that'd be cool. Also, the Eisenhorn trilogy does have some really good bits in it. Wait, I have the ebook on my phone. The part where they introduced the Chaos Space Marine was so fucking sick. Can I find this like chapter wise? Hold on. Bookmark this page. Hold on. The audiobook? Well, hold on. Okay, hold on. Can I just read some shit to you? Is that okay? Can I just do that? Can I just do it? So, our protagonists are investigating cultist activity and they're hiding and like spying on a camp, okay? Midas caught my sleeve. No, we're not doing that voice. Midas caught my sleeve and pointed down at the settlement. The giant had reappeared and stood in plain view at the mouth of the shed. He was well over 2 meters tall, wrapped in a cloak that seemed to be made of smoke and silk, and his ornately decorated armor and horned helmet were a shocking mixture of chassid gold, acidic yellow, glossy purple, and the red of fresh, oxygenated blood. In his ancient armor, the monster looked like he had stood immobile in that spot for 1,000 years. Just a glance at him inspired terror and revulsion, involuntary feelings of dread I could barely repress. A space marine from the corrupted and damned Adeptus Astartes, a chaos marine. That shit sounds sick. A little bit further on. Hold on. Everyone's soy face. Everyone's soy face at this, okay? To the Arch Warhammer voice? Fucking nope! Oh yeah, it's one of the things that I appreciated is the scale, because one of the things that I don't like about a lot of Warhammer stories is that they like cheapen the Adeptus Astartes. Like, the Space Marines are supposed to be, like, incredibly rare angels of heavenly death, you know? They're supposed to be incredibly powerful, rare warriors most humans would never see. They're, like, genetically engineered super soldiers, basically. But some stories, like there's Space Marines everywhere, so they don't feel as special. And Chaos Space Marines would be by far even rarer. And this passage describes the outcome after a Chaos Space Marine argues with one of his allies, a Chaos cultist. Mandragore turned away and strode off across the compound. I saw now how Lord Glaw wilted from the confrontation, his bravado spent. Many of the workers present were weeping with the trauma of the exchange, and 2 of the guards were throwing up. Shaking, I looked round at my companions. Fishig was ashen-faced and trembling, his eyes closed. Razor had crawled into a ball in the ashy mud, his back against the wall. And Bequin had vanished. Just listening to them argue with each other leads to people around them, like, quivering and throwing up in fear, you know? Just spectacular stuff, you know? This stream is feeling like filler. Damn, dude, I'm just having fun. We did 3 segments. What do you want from me? I'm giving you a 2-hour ban for being mean to me. Just do a whole 40k stream. Yeah, miniature painting stream win. So be chaos if you want to enjoy yourself in 40k. Nah, being with the chaos kind of sucks too. If you're a chaos cultist in the Imperium of Man, there's a 99% chance that you die to a bolter around to the back of the head. And also, when you die, you go to hell, and you've basically promised your soul to evil gods, so that's not good. That's bad, actually. Yeah, there's really no getting out of how much all of this sucks, alright? Seriously, watch this shit? What is this? Chaos is the better... Nah, dude, Chaos... Fuck Chaos. They're mean. They are mean. They're bad. Does heaven exist in 40k? Nope, only hell. The Chaos gods do not treat... they do not treat their disciples well, okay? I really do feel like the best thing that you could do in the here's the 40k universe plan, okay? Here's what you do, okay? Are you ready for it? Be born in the Imperium of Man. Pray it's to a wealthy family in a core world, okay? All right? Are you ready for it? Okay? Then, what you need to do is you need to find yourself a psyker buddy, all right? Preferably lots of them. If you can get in with the Astro Militarum or the Astronomica, anything, okay? You need to get in with them, all right? Then you shoot yourself in the head. Leave a note saying, please visit my soul in the warp, okay? And then have the psychers go to the warp, find your spirit, and then kill you again, okay? That's the best thing that you can do. Because if your spirit stays around in the warp, eventually it's going to be used by one of the chaos demons, okay? Commit double suicide. That's why everyone likes psychers, okay? Because you need double suicide. One isn't enough. Your immortal soul will be used by the chaos gods. You want to be wiped out twice, okay? Yeah. Human souls dissipate in the warp after not too long. Don't they don't dissipate if they get, like, used, right? Like, they dissipate on their own, but if they end up getting, like, roped into the machinations of a chaos god, they might be kept alive longer. How well would Doomguy do in Warhammer? Sadly, Doomguy is very outclassed by the monsters in Warhammer. Sorry, the demons of the warp are nowhere near as pussy as the demons in hell in Doom. If only. He is one Space Marine. Dude, he's not even one Space Marine, I think. Nah, maybe we'll put him at 1 Space Marine, you know? Yeah, maybe he's 1 Space Marine. Maybe he gets to be 1 Space Marine. And he can't use Psyker powers. Regular human souls will quickly lose any semblance of their self and basically dissipate. Okay, well. He's also immortal. Yeah, but he's up against gods, right? I don't know. We're so off the beaten track right now. How do you survive the 40k universe? Nobody survives things forever. What is this? Is this memes? These are like 5-year-old 40k memes. What is this?
You have sullied your hands with filthy parchments of heresy, guardsman. How do you plead?
What? No!
Too late, heretic.
You inspire your men to study such foul smut, Commissar? You heretic!
Detestable mutants fill your heads with such vile obscenity! Die, heretic! Maybe just one read.
Sister, I need your blood to... Oh, hold on. You're a heretic! You know what? They're just running around...
Who's this guy?
Each other down there. Better just lay the exterminatus upon these heretics. All right, fire!
Yep. Yes. 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 There you go. That's so. Don't get involved in that process. And do they just genocide a planet? Dude, it's 40k. They do that shit like 24/7. They do that shit all the time. It's like fun for them. Yeah, it's not just genocide. It's like planicide, you know? It's whole some day in the life shit. Yeah. Actually, what with there being 1,000,000 worlds in the Imperium, do you think there's an Exterminatus order every single day? Like, in the 1,000,000 worlds of all of the Space Marine chapters and all of the, Astra Militarum sects and all the trillions of soldiers all over the place, do you think, like, in the galaxy, a planet gets deleted by Imperial cannons? Like, at least a few a week, maybe? Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's whatever. Just somewhere in the galaxy, you know? A few a week. Oh, God. And they don't just blow up their planets, too. They'll exterminatus alien planets. In fact, they prefer exterminatusing alien planets. Hold on. What is it people saying? Hold on. John Doyle Instagram. What are people saying? My password was incorrect. What? What? God damn it. They would literally destroy the entire galaxy in a few hundred years? No, they wouldn't. The galaxy is like billions of planets, doesn't it? How many planets in Milky Way? 100 billion planets. No, the Imperium could annihilate one planet a day and never run out of planets, basically. Like, forever. Hold on. People keep mentioning this. I just want to live. Yeah, but the habitable ones, though? Yeah, but they don't just exterminatus inhabitable planets for humans, right? Can't Necrons, Tyranids, and whatever else live on plenty of other planets? Yeah, the Dark Eldar are pretty fucking bad. And orcs can live wherever. Hey, what is this? Would love nothing more than a John Doyle versus Vosh boxing match. Vosh would walk out to real... John would walk out to Real American Hulk Hogan's theme song and would lay Vosh out in 3 rounds. Okay. All right. That's okay. We have to read those! Fuck! Okay. What is this?
Vosh? Vosh. Vosh? Rad. Vosh rad.
Thank you, Hans Vakir. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right. Illa Devine and David Pena, thank you for the $5. Both really appreciate that. Woo! Kaiser Anson, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it as well. Showing off your models, huh? Hey, you're better than me. Don't do that. Don't be better than me. Thank you. Brian Beauseclair, thank you for the $2 and $1 respectively. I used to have the Blood Angels, yeah. Elder Lich, thank you for the very kind $20. Wow, Glenn Greenwald is out there saying Anna's disgusting for blackmailing Jimmy in his latest YouTube video. Yeah, Glenn Greenwald is bad, holistically, in every imaginable way. Not QAnon, Jojo, Mojo, and Alex, thank you for the $5 all. Really, really appreciate that. DJ Samuels, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Likewise, Colonnaded Ruins, thank you very much. Check out this super cute animation of you. Maybe I will shortly. By shortly, I mean right now.
Let me ask you a basic question, okay? Let's say that you are on a plane and that plane crash lands on an island, okay?
I'm an anime.
There are only a few survivors. In fact, there are only...
Didn't Anna Kasparian blackmail him, though? No. You can take a look at the conversational snippet that they're describing as blackmail. It's literally not blackmail. It's not even ambiguously blackmail. It doesn't fit the criteria for what blackmail is.
Two, and you wake up after the first one does. By the time that you have woken up, the other survivor in this plane has claimed all of the coconuts on all of the coconut trees, stacked them on their pile, sheltered that pile with all the wreckage from the plane, and declared they own it. And they say that they would be willing to give you said coconuts if you throat their cock. Now, would you consider that to be a voluntary interaction? Is that a voluntary interaction?
Okay, so no, I'm actually no, Vosh. Thank you for that. That's a great way of getting to the next fundamental, I think, misunderstanding here in terms of a definition of property rights. And I think
but you have to answer the question before you can move on.
I'm gonna get to the coconuts and the deep throating.
Nobody has beaten this yet, by the way. I don't think it's really beatable. The fact remains the case. The idea that people make truly coercion-free decisions when faced with an implicit deprivation of resources is just false. Like, it's like an unbeatable point, basically. Lepa and Osirati21, thank you for the $5 both. David, thank you for the $2. Michael Thompson, thank you for the very kind £5. The Rayzone did take money from a pro-Assad lobbying group. Nice. Charismatic Insanity and CRM38, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Hassam A, thank you for the very kind $10. There's a video of Dore publicly bragging about the harassment on a show 6 months ago. I copied the link in chat. Yeah, I've seen it. I just forgot to put it in the segment. Yeah. Razama Slaza, thank you for the very kind tier 2 sub. Co-op apartments can be good if they're managed appropriately. Intrepid Elm, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Lenzo Ramones, thank you for the 666. I have not, no. Irenia Hope, thank you for the very kind $10. True, we got a lot of gay Lord of the Rings fans here in chat. Blame It on the Bubble and Fyodov Yoldashev, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $10. Wooby Funtime, thanks for the $2. Dude Man, thank you for the 5. Ben Temple, thank you for the $5 yourself. Really appreciate that. Bruce the Moose and Christopher Loud, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $10. True! More women have to be beat up in superhero comics. It's the only way. Casey Marlowe and Occasional Doomer, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Schleppen Life with the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. True! Make sure to get consent from your homies before giving them a hug. True. Shark Snack, Say Less, thank you for the $5 both. I really, really appreciate that. Iridian Knight, thank you for the very kind 20 bucks. I might be a bit behind on this, but as a dude who has had a false rape allegation against me that never went to court, and the same that also happened to my buddy, my one best friend still cringes when I bring up his name. And then with the additional $50, thank you very, very much. This is a valid concern to have sometimes. I was literally cornered by a dude like 3 times my size, by a dude I worked with to tell him the truth, or he'd kill me with a prep knife. I'm still an egalitarian. I'm just saying it's a valid concern. Well, it's true that false rape allegations do happen, and they're obviously bad. I mean, it's literally like perjury if done in a court and done maliciously, and otherwise it's just dishonest. It seems to be in line with false allegations done for other crimes, you know? Like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't take steps to, like, potentially protect ourselves from false allegations, but I think those steps are, like, just being reasonably forthcoming with the people in your life, and it's not like being super, super paranoid about that stuff, you know? I don't know. Like, what else can you really do? Like, just people, like, lying about each other? I don't know what to do about that systemically, you know? Old Chicken and M. David Sarabi, thank you for the $5 both. What's my favorite JoJo character? Probably Kishibe Rohan. Yeah, the likelihood of false allegations of any kind increases if you're a public figure. That's true. Tyler, thank you for the very kind Tier 2 sub. Altfax, the $5. Thank you. Midnight Kitty Boy, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. And Jorg the Grek, thank you for the very kind Tier 3 sub. I really, really appreciate that. My pleasure, man. Conciliator, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. Cumbesto4, thanks for the Tier 1 sub. Yeah, I can. Jason here, thank you for the 2 $5 donations. Really, really appreciate that. Congratulations. I am happy to hear that you filed all the papers for your name change. Trans W. Yes, Flips. Adamant, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Julie Mariner, thank you for the $5. Bat Canary, thank you likewise. Matt Volby, thank you for the $5. That's one banging Dune crawler, my dude. I'm glad you like that. Would I ever draw some Warhammer? I'm going to draw some Warhammer right now. Here, how do Space Marines look again? It's like... It's like, There you go. There's the little double eagle. Okay. All right. They're like the little Frau thing. I've always thought Space Marines look really silly, personally. I know it's a design choice they can't really change that much because it's like from a million years ago or whatever, but it's like from like the 80s or 60s or some shit. So it's like they can't really change it now, but it's like kind of stupid looking by modern aesthetic standards. I know that if they could, they would change how modern Space Marines look. I know they would. Just never liked how they look. They just look so dumb, you know? Yeah, the older Space Marines did look way worse. Here's our little power sword. Or would they have a chain sword? Wait, what's standard issue? Chain sword or power sword for Adeptus Astartes? It's chain sword, right? Power sword is usually for ranking. Yeah, chain sword. All right, well then. There you go. Here's your there you go. Yeah, power sword for officer, chain sword for, well, everyone else. No, I don't mean like they'd update the Space Marines to look like a little different. I mean like they'd super change how they look, I think. I don't even remember. What do they have, like a cod piece, kind of? Like this? There's their dumpy ass. There you go. That's a Space Marine. That's fine. I drew it with a mouse in like a minute. That's fine. I don't know. What's your primary beef? The helmet or just the clunkiness of the armor? Dude, there's so much wrong with like Space Marine. Hold on, Space Marine 40K. There's so much wrong with how they look. Like aesthetically, so much shit that I think it'd be worth correcting. So here, I'll give you a modern design versus how they used to look. Hold on. Space Marines 40K. What about like 90s? Give me like the older. How about just original? Give me the original. Nah, we won't criticize the original. We'll criticize how it looks now. Okay, hold on. Fuck, it's not a fucking JPEG. God. Always with this shit. The fucking image formats people use. Hey, chat! Wake up! How many people are in there? Get over here, you dumb fucks. What are you doing? Need to keep a cattle prod for you fuckers to make sure you stay awake. Engage with me. Jesus. Okay, these are the most flattering depictions of Space Marines that you're going to get because it's in artwork and it's not the little tabletop models, okay? This is as good as it's going to get, all right? There. Here's an Adeptus Astartes, okay? So, the main problem that I have with this design is the helmet. It is the helmet. It just looks like Darth Vader shit, man. Like rip-off Darth Vader, too. But it came before Darth Vader, maybe? I don't know. With, like, this little vent stuff. It's always looked really dumb to me. Also, I'm sorry. People are going to be mad. I'm really sorry. The pauldrons. Gigantic, big, static pauldrons like this make any prospect of combat action look really ridiculous. These guys are supposed to be doing backflips and, like, punching people during fights. This, like, they're built like the way, like, a child would draw it, you know? There are ways to segment out the armor. Also, the main stuff for me is that, like, the proportions are really unfeasible. Like, so the guy's face has got to be like this, right? And he's going to have a huge neck because he's a fucking Space Marine. And then we have, like, the traps. And the chest is here. But the problem is, where are the shoulders? Are they like this? What are the shoulders doing? Exactly? The design of these proportions, just that you have to bend. They're inhuman monsters. Yeah, but they've drawn Adeptus Astartes without their armor, and they have human proportions. They don't have freakishly wide lats and shoulders. They're just very, very muscular and large. But theoretically, their proportions should be the same underneath. And then I think that the boots truncate early, like they're standing on like a foot of metal or something like that. But the shoulders don't. I mean, maybe, but then the arms are like really, really, really tiny, you know? Like, you know? Sometimes stuff like that just looks a little weird. Maybe it's just thick armor, but the shoulder has to come out like, I mean, I guess if you really want to stretch it, like here, and then like the arms are like here, I guess. But there's a lot of art that contradicts that, and even then, proportions wise, it's yeah. I mean, we can get hold on, Adeptus Astartes without. Yeah, there's plenty of like pieces of art like this, but Space Marines without armor are genetic super soldiers, but proportionally they're human. Like they're very thick, but apart from that, in terms of arm length and shoulder position to chest ratio and stuff like that, they're kept within human norms, you know? This says the armor is massive. Let me see. Why are they so wide? Well, that makes sense. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here we go. Here's a... Yeah, this to me... maybe this is just a preference thing. I don't know. The only things that there are only like 2 things that I would really do, okay? And this model fixes one of them. One is that I would get rid of their dumb, stupid little Darth Vader face mask thing, which this does. It has a sick fucking eagle face. Holy shit, this looks sick. He should have like a furry hat, though. This guy should have like a big furry crest on top of a helm, okay? That's number 1. And number 2, I would sleek the designs slightly at the arms, because this guy's arm proportions are even worse. Like, if the neck is here, the chest has to be here, the shoulder is here? Look at where the arm is. The arm is here. Like, these proportions don't work. You know? And the fact that all the arm proportions keep getting bent in the armor design suggests to me that maybe it would be better if we toned it down a little bit. I think it's just the massive shoulder plates. No, the arm is right here. It's coming out from the shoulder that's right here. If anything, the shoulder should be coming out farther to maintain the proportion of the shoulder width to the tricep width, you know? Oh, you all get me. You keep drawing the shoulder going into the pauldrons, but that's not how they work. Yeah, you can follow where the shoulder should be from the position of the arms. You can see it. I would like MK10 armor. MK10 armor, 40k. What's MK10 armor? Is that from 40k? Oh, Primaris armor. I see. Hold on. Primaris armor, 40k. Do we mean this? This is slightly proportionally better. Though I still don't really like the design of the pauldrons that much. This is proportionally better. It's much easier for me to imagine a human body. It does look like Mega Man. Also, okay, wait, one other thing we need to address. Why do they make the feet like this? Why they gotta do that, though? I can see why they truncate the... Nah, look, it's not like that here. Whatever. Like that here? Oh, it is like that here. Ah! I didn't even notice. Fucking Mega Man boots. Can we get a Primark? Where's the Primark? If you're doing armor in 40k, the more extra you go, the better. Okay, this right here, these are the Salamander Adeptus Astartes, right? This looks sick as shit. Holy fuck, this design fucking speaks to me. Gone are the stupid pauldrons that just like cup the side. Instead, they have like these huge fucking like plate samurai pauldrons. His gauntlet is like a dragon's mouth. His hammer is an angry dragon. This looks sick as shit, okay? That's the Primarch. And he doesn't have a bitch helmet. He doesn't need a bitch helmet because his eyes glow red. All the bitch helmet would do is take away from his glory. Hold on. Tools. No, hold on. Fucking tools thing is broken. I feel like the more you lean into the designs, the better. This is like the most circulated piece of art in all of 40K. That's the Emperor, by the way. Can we get... There we go. There you go. Everything is so over-designed. It's part of the charm. Yeah, Superman. I'm pretty sure the Emperor could, like, one-shot Superman. I'm not gonna lie. Guys, I haven't actually read the Horus Heresy books, but I'm pretty sure the Emperor was literally just God. The Emperor was literally just a fucking god. This is Horus, yes? Looking nice and evil. This looks sick, though. This armor? Yes, he could. The Emperor has a canonical ability where he can just delete your soul from existence. Nice. Is this the Emperor that died? Yeah, here's where he is now. Hold on. Basically, the Emperor was betrayed by his favored son, and since he was basically like the whole thing keeping the Imperium together, they slapped him into a giant golden throne, and they were like, please God, let this keep him alive. And it kind of isn't. Like, his body is rotted away, but his soul is kept alive. This is what it looks like canonically. It's basically, they, like, got together a bunch of ancient, lost technology to try to preserve him, and the Emperor's body is long dead. I mean, it's literally a skeleton, but his soul is alive from the art that's kept him together. And nobody knows how to repair the technology that's keeping his soul alive, and it's starting to break down after 10,000 years. Yeah, he's basically on soul life support. This is how strong the Emperor is, okay? He died, basically, fighting Horus. Kind of. His body is long dead, but his soul is so strong that it's basically the North Star in the Warp. Remember the Warp? Hell? The place where all of the Imperium of Man, their ships travel through for faster-than-light travel? The only reason they're capable of navigating Hell, which is not like a clean, simple... Euclidean dimension, is because of the light that he produces. His psychic beacon is so powerful after death that it's literally the orbiting body that all faster-than-light travel relies on. If his spirit dies, there's no way to travel the warp anymore, and the Empire dies immediately, because all the planets are cut off with no way to connect to each other. His spirit is so strong that they sacrifice 1,000 psychers to it every single day. Every day! They lead 1,000 of the Imperium's finest psychic warriors to him, and they sacrifice them to him, so that his soul may continue to guide humanity through the warp. Yes, the 40K universe is a little bit fucked. That is true. Slightly fucked. Okay, it's the trash ones, my bad. If you're a really good psyker, you get to live. If you're a bad psyker, 1,000 of you die to the Emperor every day. True. Yeah, it's pretty bad, you know? Nobody knows how to repair the Golden Throne. It's pretty bad. It's pretty not good. I'll take a look, Dust Mystical. Did the debate end? The debate ended like ages ago. We're just chilling. Why can't we just chill? We never chill anymore. Is there like good art of that? Of the Emperor's soul guiding? Oh yeah, here we go. Wow, that is a shit resolution, but yep. He's literally depicted as like the light at the center of the warp. When will the throne go offline? It's currently faltering at the point in time that the stories take place. Is there like a lore bit? Hold on. 40K Astronomican. 40 facts and lore on the Astronomican.
Welcome back to another episode of 40 Facts About the 40.
Wait, is this guy bad? People are saying, oh no. No, not this channel. They just rip off the wiki, but aren't I ripping off them? Ah! Okay, thank you for the...
Esteemed Cardinals of the Adeptus Ministorum, I have gathered you here today to reveal unto you the most important development in all of recent history. I, Ecclesiarch Decius the 23rd, have been granted audience with the Emperor himself. And he has disclosed to me the truth of our organization, our influence, and our very faith. Please, hold on to your hats, my friends. The truth is that the Lectitio Divinitatus, our holy book, is a lie. The Emperor is not actually a god. How dare you even say such a thing, Ecclesiarch?
His voices are too goofy for me to take them seriously while watching a live stream. I'm sorry.
It is the 41st millennium.
Oh, this is vibes.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor of Mankind has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the vast imperium of man, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets cross the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomican, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest among his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat to humanity from aliens, heretics, mutants, and far, far worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim, dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure this is just a read out loud of the opening text of every single 40K book. I'm pretty sure this is the intro to like every, yeah. That's just any book you get to read. There you go. Big vibes. All right. We're here now. I don't fucking know funny rhetorician. That was a good-ass voice. That Garrett person, holy shit, that guy's got some pipes. I can't manifest that much gravitas. What would happen if Dark Souls was in the 40K universe? Somebody somewhere would get called a heretic, and then the world Dark Souls was happening on would be annihilated from orbit. I'm sorry, there are very, very few stories that take place at higher power levels than 40K. I think of very few, you know? Okay, we should finish up these donos, shouldn't we? We should. Really unfortunate, thank you for the $5. Ace Kinscheider, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Lucas J. Synthcat Macleo, thank you for the 5 both. Farsquire Soviet Ball, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Slugs, Tane, and Bellinor, thank you for the tier 1 subs. All very kind of you. Operative 13, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Schmeet the Schmidt, thank you for the very kind $5. Ah, that's horrible. Started a GoFundMe for my friend who lost his 3-year-old daughter to help him cover the cost of the funeral. Please help if you can. I'll post it in chat, but as principle, I don't show fundraisers linked on my stream because that incentivizes, well, them to be spammed. Good luck. Up in Life, Gia Bush, and Anarchy Last Name, thank you for the $5 all. Death Survivor, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $100. I really, really appreciate that. I think you're my ex-wife's father who passed away 15 years ago and I miss you. Here's $100. Give some to my daughters if you want. I have no idea what you mean. I assume this is in jest, but if you're being sincere, I'm afraid I don't believe in reincarnation. But I do appreciate the $100, and I'm sorry for your loss. Matthew H., thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Balaclava on the Beach, thank you for the 2. Pro Social Spark for the very kind $10. Absolutely. Thank you. Franrek and Polly, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Miss Tree, thank you for the very kind $10. You should make a video on your workout routines. You're looking fit. Thank you. Talked about it a couple times. I just do calisthenics. But the results have been significant. I mean, I look evidently thinner. Kowalski from Nebraska and Distemper and Robo Dragon, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Near done. Your boy Shimoy and Dave Valensky, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Hydra, thank you for the very kind $20. Will you ever play Total War Warhammer on stream? Maybe yes. However, I would need to get a second computer. Hello, Demon Mama fans. Unfortunately, we're just about wrapping up here. I'm almost done with donos. But happy to have you here. I'm about to send you all off to somewhere else, I'm afraid. Inca Blue, I just think people feel comfortable being mean to people online. You know, just could be parasocial, could be we look like gods to them. I don't know. Robo Dragon, thanks for the 5, maybe. Celestial, thank you for the very kind $10. Possibly. Bellerin Shadow, thank you for the very kind tier 1 sub. Congratulations! I'm really happy to hear that. Glad those fundraisers went well. Sake, thank you for the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. Pours Me, thank you for the very kind $5 yourself. I will not be buying the legendary communism iPhone. Sad Boy Socialist, thank you for the $10. I'm generally favorable to transhumanism. There's a new transhumanist from the Batman comics. Okay, by cool transhumanist, you just mean someone you want to fuck, right? No offense to anyone, but this transhumanist design is the same they use for, like, every single stock cyberpunk character. Like, undercut with shaved side of head and some kind of head implant with a few wires running down into, like, streetwear clothing. Not to say I'm down on the concept or anything. I mean, I would want her to touch my pee-pee, you know, just... I'm pro pee-pee touch. Viathan, thank you for the very kind tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. Nice. Nazis getting chased out of Philadelphia. Extremely poggies. Eagle Beagle, thank you for the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. Have you ever taken a look at this interesting map? A map of gender-diverse cultures. No, but I suppose I can sometime. Seems like a bit of a trip. Chris Manchester, thank you for the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. Alabama, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Sorry. Sorry to make it hard for you to be kind to me. James W., thank you for the very kind $5. Could be, could be. Panic Stasis, thank you for the $5. Please judge my 40k painting skill. Pretty fucking sick, to be quite honest with you. That looks really good. Shit picture, though. Might want to work on your picture-taking skills. Very, very crisp ivory white on the fabric and the gun. Looks really, really good. The only thing I can really think of here is... I think you could... I took that in 2011. Damn. The only thing I can really think of here is maybe a little bit more pop on the rope on your chest, like a little more of the highlight that you used here on the edge of the pauldron. This looks really, really good. I don't even know what to say. Jesus. And Soviet Ball with the $5. Ironically, I was working on this Ogren throughout the stream. Hey, look at that. We're all getting it done. Hey! Buh. Looking good. Nice work on the metal especially. This actually looks like metal. The pauldrons and the stuff, the dry brushing you've done is really shown. Really, really good. Cringe League's the $5. Okay, maybe the Flash from DC could solo the 40k universe. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. All right. I love you all very much. Today's stream has been meandering. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, you know? That can be a good thing. I appreciate everyone who stuck around. I'm going to remind everyone again who's watching that you should absolutely, unequivocally check out my second channel. Because, again, a lot of stuff is going to be uploaded there. A lot of cool stuff. Don't want to miss out. Now, you know, Twitch fellas, you know where I'm sending you. Go on over to Conyer CC, all right? Tell Conyer they're a very handsome individual. Tell Conyer they're looking fresh and fly. Go hit it, but don't quit it. Okay? Thank you. And to my YouTube memers, I love you very much. Take care, okay?